And I don't know what is with the old camera. I'm still getting the new laptop fixed, but I can already tell it's messing up. But whatever. Stand up, New York Met fans. I sent it back for a second time. The keyboard screwed up again, so hopefully that gets resolved. But took a little hiatus, took 2 weeks off, little summer vacation. Trying to rest up. Obviously, we're going to be doing a lot of Giants content, and I'm looking forward to doing a lot of it throughout the offseason. But want to go live today, talk some Mets baseball with you, hang out with you guys for a bit. Matter of fact, let me pull up my chat on here because my phone is low. Obviously, the Mets today taking on the Philadelphia Phillies. And the special part about today's game, Jacob deGrom. Jacob deGrom coming in has a .5 ERA, a .51 whip. He's given up 25 hits this entire year, and he's given up 4 earned runs. He's having the greatest year in the history of baseball, and we'll see if he can continue it today. I actually went to deGrom's last start, I think, at Citi Field, where he re-aggravated the injury, but seems like he's fine now. What's going on there, Jared, man? What's going on there, Word? What's going on there, Kevin? What's going on there, Alien Face? What's going on there, Dire Yankees fan? Thanks for popping in. Lloyd in the chat, man. What's going on, buddy? Yokers, where's the Met? I have a Met hat, but the Met hat is way too tight on my head. I got to get a new one. When I bought the fitted hat, it was probably about a quarter of a size too small. So I used to wear it during these streams, but it's just too tight on my cranium. So I don't wear the Mets hat while I do the Mets streams, but I got to get a new Mets fitted hat. That is me, Mike, man. What's going on, buddy? And New York for life, man. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate it. Chris talks to a woman once and forgets about No, trust me. Did not forget about you guys at all. Just sometimes when there's not a lot to talk about, I've learned on my channel, as I've done this more and more, I don't want to be one of those channels where I feel like I'm forcing content. I don't want to just go live to go live just to talk about nothing. Like, I'm kind of waiting until I feel like there's something relevant to talk about with the Giants and everything else. I'm going to have a Knicks off-season show as well after the NBA Finals, and I want to do some occasional Met games. But I figured this is kind of the only time of the year where I get any bit of an opportunity to, kind of just relax. I started a new job as well. So, we're just trying to relax a little bit for a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks before things really start to heat up in mid-July. And then we're going to be doing Giants talk nonstop. And obviously a lot of Mets stuff as well down the stretch. What's going on there, Juan, man? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. That is the real Tanner. What's going on there, Jet G? What's going on there, Mikey Nixon? deGrom is scared to face Cole. Oh, God. deGrom ain't scared. deGrom ain't scared to face anybody. deGrom ain't scared to face anybody. What's up there, Paul, man? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. Chris, what about them Hawks? Hey, man, I hope that I don't really care at this point. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I say it all the time. I'm a Knicks fan, okay? I guess I don't really consider myself a broad NBA fan. Like, once the Knicks are out, I could care less in terms of who wins and who doesn't win. I guess it's an underdog story, whatever it may be. I guess I'm kind of rooting for the Suns. I've always liked Chris Paul, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Trae Young after the Knicks series. That's for damn sure. What's up there, MH man? Thanks for popping in. Chris, what about them Hawks? Oh, I already answered that. You had too much to drink last night, J-Ducks. What's up, Alien? Who cares about Cole? Only Yankee fans do. deGrom all the way, coming from a Dodgers fan. What's going on, man? And Slurpee said, what's up, Slurpee? Chris, I got my dad tickets to Mets versus Brewers game, and it's my first time going to Citi Field. That is awesome. I've been to, I want to say 2 Met games this year. I've been to a bunch throughout my life. But if you've never been to Citi Field, even if you're a Yankees fan, I highly suggest going to the ballpark. I think it's one of the nicest stadiums in baseball. I've been to about 12. I think Citi Field is top notch. I think it's an incredible experience. So even if you're a Yankee fan, I highly suggest going to Citi Field at some point. The food's great. I thought they did a great job at building that stadium. I think it's one of the better stadiums in New York. Yeah, the Islanders lost in 7. I actually watched the game last night. I don't watch a lot of hockey, but I watched Game 6 and I watched Game 7. And the Islanders lost last night, unfortunately. Yeah, Citi Field is great, Kevin. Hopefully to get a homer. Hey, man, deGrom this year is batting .407. Now, the only thing, MH, that I worry about with deGrom, a lot of people feel like the game that I was at, actually, where he only pitched 3 innings. And by the way, I don't think he's in here right now, but one of my subscribers was at the Mets game, and he randomly noticed me. Bavith came up to me, and he's like, oh, Tana. So I got to meet Bavith in person. That was pretty cool while I was at the Met game. But, yeah, a lot of people thought that deGrom actually hurt himself while swinging the bat last time out and not pitching. So I guess I worry about that just a little bit, but he's been hitting .407 this year. Citi Field is a better ballpark than I think it is. I really do. I think Citi Field is tremendous. What's up there, Robert, man? Thanks for popping in the stream, buddy. Yeah, Bavit the Booty Man. Bavit was I met him at Citi Field. It was pretty cool. What's up, bro? Man? Yeah, man, I'm good, man. Listen, man. It's kind of, I just, sometimes you just want to take a break. You want to take like a 2 or 3 week break when there's not a whole lot to talk about. I know you guys aren't used to that, especially last year during the pandemic when, we were all looking for things to always talk about because there was nothing else going on. But yeah, we're just looking to take a step back, get ready for the football season and where we're going to be going live like 6 days a week. So yeah, we're just trying to relax a little bit. Everyone, now let's see what we got. What's up, Card Coach, man? What's up there, Nona? Tana, when's the next What Do You Shit? I got to talk to them, actually. Hopefully this week sometime. What's up, Abrar, man? I do not like Almora is starting in center over Pilar. Why start a guy who's hitting well below the Mendoza? Almora, well, I'll say one thing, Mets, and I definitely get where you're going with that. He actually got robbed last night. I don't know if you watched the game. Almora hit a bomb, and off the initial replay, I thought that the ball actually ricocheted off the wall. Now, the announcers seemed to think that was not the case, and he caught it. But Almora, I thought actually got robbed of a home run yesterday. But, again, the angle wasn't that good. No McNeil today. I didn't get a chance to look at the lineup before the start. So, no McNeil today. That sucks. Good you got that fresh air and maybe some bumblebee. Oh, God. Don't remind me of the bumblebees, MH. Is it buffering? If it's buffer, it's the old computer. I got the new computer I sent in, so that may be the case. I don't know, so I apologize if it's buffering. What's up, V Christian? I'm done with McNeil. I'm not done with McNeil. I like McNeil still. I know McNeil's been struggling this year, and he's been hurt, and he's only batting like 230. I still think McNeil's a really good player, and I think McNeil's actually the type of hitter come playoff time that you want on your team. He's a tough guy to strike out, even though he has had more holes in his swings this year. But I feel like I'm not comparing him because Murphy was incredible during that playoff stretch, but he kind of reminds me a little bit of Daniel Murphy in the sense that I feel like he's a really good contact hitter, tough guy to strike out. I feel like he's the type of guy you want on your team come playoff time. I think McNeil will turn it around. I'm honestly not too worried about McNeil. I think he'll turn it around. It's the computer I bought like 6 months ago, but it's the computer I bought like 6 months ago, but it's been acting up. The keyboard's been acting up now twice. So now I sent it into Apple. First, I sent it into Best Buy. So as long as they got it ready to go during football season, that's when I need it the most. So going to start ramping up Giants content a lot, probably like second to third week of July. We'll be doing weekly live streams. And then we'll have training camp, preseason, regular season, everything else. Can't wait. Buck, man, thank you very much. Welcome back. You've been MIA, screw Young, and I'm cheering for the Suns or the Bucks. And Citi Field is pretty nice compared to the ones I've been to. Yeah, I've been to, like I said, I've been to like 12 stadiums. And I mean, obviously for the, and I thank you for welcoming me back, buddy. Yeah, I just took like a 2 or 3 week break. But when I, obviously, like I say Wrigley and Fenway are my two favorite parks I've been to. But for me, that's more for the historical factor, right? Because, Fenway Park, it's been around since like 120 years. The same can be said for Wrigley Field. And when you walk into those stadiums, it feels like baseball. But in terms of like the nicest stadiums I've been to, I really do believe that Citi Field is one of the nicest ones I've ever been to. And obviously I'm a little bit biased. I'm a Mets fan, but that's honestly how I feel. I thought they did a great job building the stadium. And, I talk about the Giants. I think the Giants stadium sucks. So that's how I'm not too biased. I think the Mets stadium is actually really nice. But glad to see you here, buddy. And as far as I'm with you on that, man. I'm rooting for the Suns. I like Chris Paul. I've always liked Chris Paul. So I'm kind of rooting for the Suns to win. Crazy Dog, man. What's going on, buddy? When can we update to Windows 11? I don't have Windows 11. I got an Apple. I got a Mac. Do you think the Giants are going to be good? Yeah, I mean, we'll see, but I'm confident in the Giants this year. I really am, and you're going to see that in my videos this year, in my live streams. I don't know what your definition of good is, but I think they're going to be much better. I think they're going to be very competitive this year. I think they're going to be right in the thick of it. So, I think they're going to be at least a 500 team. Well, an 8 or 9 win team at a bare minimum this year. Obviously, pending that we don't have any insane injuries. But I think when you look at the Giants roster right now, we're pretty stacked, man, outside of the question at quarterback, which is fair, and the offensive line. But outside of that, I think the defense is only going to be better. Obviously, we improved our weapons. So I don't think there's any reason to feel like the Giants aren't going to be at least an average team this year if they stay even relatively healthy. But a big question mark is going to be the offensive line and Daniel Jones. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, Card Coach, that's been the way that it's been except the O-line for the last decade. So nothing new there, Card Coach. You know that, my man. PNC Park, is that the and I see that I froze here. PNC Park, is that the I don't know if you guys can hear me right now. This should fix itself. Let me turn it up here. Let me see. Yeah, you guys can hear me. So I don't know why the computer keeps freezing. PNC Park, is that the Pirate Stadium? It should fix itself in a minute. So I'm gonna get rid of the camera for a second. I don't know what's going on with this thing, but let me nope, can't do that. How do I? Oh, there we go. Stop cam. There you go. I look weird frozen. So and now you just hear the voice for now. So hopefully the camera fixes itself. But until such time I get there we go. Now I think we're good now. Looks like we're good now. That might happen from time to time. I'll just take the camera away and you'll hear the audio for a minute or two. And maybe that's what I got to do. I got to shift it. What's up, yo, man? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, I've never been to the Pirate Stadium. I really want to go to that one. There's Dom Smith in the white uniform. Dom Smith had the game-winning hit of the first game of the doubleheader yesterday. Yeah, I'm alive, Matthew, man. Yeah, I guess I should have said I'm just taking like a 2 or 3 week break, but I just want to take some time off because I don't like to force content. I don't want to just talk about nothing. deGrom going to give up 5 runs today. His luck will run. No, he's not. Don't say that, J-Dog. Don't you say that. Bob, man, how can you leave McNeil out of the lineup when this team cannot even score? I don't want to leave McNeil out of the lineup. I love McNeil. I think I know he's been slumping. I know he hasn't been hitting that well, Bob, but I like McNeil. I think McNeil is one of our better hitters. And I appreciate that, Lloyd, man. Yeah, this is like for future reference. This is going to be the time of year where, if I'm going to take a break, I'm going to take it because obviously, football is nonstop from like beginning of August all the way up until beginning of May. Because then obviously with the offseason, you got free agency, you got the draft, everything else, and then you got the Knicks on top of that. So this is really like the month area where I could, relax a little bit. Don't drink deGrom though. No, Jared. Hey, Dana, you and JD going to talk? Yes, we are. I actually just messaged him on Twitter today. We're going to talk Knicks. We're going to do a live Knicks stream after the NBA Finals. We're going to do that once a week. If the Giants win 8 games or more but get bounced first round of the playoffs, will it be satisfactory? Robert, that's a tough question for me to answer, to be completely honest with you, because what's the factors in that, right? Did they overcome injuries? Was Daniel Jones really bad, but they were able to overcome it due to their defense? Was Jones really good, and did the defense take a step back? I think the most important part of this team this year is the growth of Daniel Jones, more so than anything else, for the simple reason the quarterback is by far the most important position. So if Jones has a good year and they win 8 games and they sneak into the playoffs, I'd be somewhat happy with this season. Now, if they won 8 games and Jones sucked, that's another story. I would not be happy with this season. I think the most important thing this year is the growth of Daniel Jones. Whether we win 8 games, 10 games, 11 games, I don't want it to be that the defense carried us there. You want to see Daniel Jones take that step up. I'm not saying he's got to be a superstar. I'm not saying he's got to be, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, but you want to see him become a better quarterback this year. That, to me, is the most important thing this offseason. And Pistol Pete, man, thank you, man. He says, what's going on, Pete, man? Glad to see you. Tana, what's good? How was your vacation, staycation from YouTubing? Good to see you. Let's go, Mets. Man, it was nice, man. I got to hang out, enjoy summer a little bit, go outside a little bit more than normal. So it was good, man. It was good, man. I needed it. I needed like a 3-week break. I started saying to myself, I started pumping out Giants videos. I was like, I don't want to just put out videos to put out videos. I want to have something to actually talk about. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to ease back a little bit. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll get back to a little bit of Mets content leading up into the football season. So it was nice to be able to relax a little bit before we start pumping out a lot of content as the football season fast approaches. But I appreciate it, Pete, man. Tyler Hero is rumored to be on the trading block. Should we take a flyer on him? He's a young shooter, and we need shooters. I don't know why they would trade him. I mean, he's still young, right? He's only 2 years into his career. I know he had a somewhat disappointing season this year, but I don't know why Miami would trade him. Albin says Super Bowl or bust. Just 9 wins. 9 wins I think would be a good season and obviously you hope for more, but I think 9 wins would be a pretty solid season this year for the Giants. You definitely want to see at least 8, but you need to see progress. And obviously the most important part is Daniel Jones. There's no doubt about it. And I think we're going to get it. And maybe I'll be wrong, but I really do believe that. I really do. Can one New York sports team win it all for once? The Islanders were close for you, amazing guy. I know you're a big Islanders fan. Hey, maybe the Mets will do it. Maybe the Yankees will do it. But the way the Mets have played, if the Mets make the playoffs, with deGrom at the top of the hill. You got to face him twice in a series. The scariest thing about this Mets team right now, for me at least, they haven't gotten the bats going yet, like at all. Like, we are like one of the worst hitting teams in baseball right now. And going into the year, I thought this was our strength. I thought we were one of the top 2 or 3 lineups in baseball, yet we're still in first place. And the pitching has been super surprising. Nobody expected this from the starting rotation in terms of outside of deGrom, like the way we're getting, the performances we're getting for Taijuan Walker. Nobody expected that. And even Stroman to a certain extent. So I think you've gotten above average with the pitching. The bullpen has been so much better than you could have ever imagined. And the defense has been top notch. The defense has been really good for this team. I think it's underrated. I think a lot of people haven't talked about that. And that's why we're winning games. But if the Mets lineup could start to get going, this team could be really good. And come playoff time, I think the Mets are very dangerous. But obviously, it all depends on health and getting there. But I think we're going to make the playoffs. I really do. And Bob says, exactly, that's why we need McNeil and the other regulars in the lineup. Yeah, well, that's the other good thing, Bob, is that we're starting to get healthy, right? You got Conforto now back in the lineup. You got McNeil coming back. So we're starting to get healthy, and you hope, Bob, you're a big baseball fan, so as the weather heats up, that's when they say the hitting starts to heat up, right? Come summertime. So I really do expect this lineup to start to get it going. You've started to see glimpses, like Lindor's starting to hit a lot better. Even McCann's starting to hit better. You're starting to see this team start to move in the right direction. Even Dom Smith had a good week or two. They just need to click all at once. The last couple of games, they've been slumping again, but they need to get going all at once. And I think they will eventually. I think we'll have a good month, 6-week stretch there where the lineup really starts to get it going. And then that's when you hope, as a Mets fan, that they start to pull away in this division. And, John, thank you so much, buddy. Glad to see you here. John Letourneau, my man, playing your Phillies today. What's up, buddy? Stand up, Chris. It's funny you return when deGrom is pitching it against my Phillies. I get to rub it in. Looks like the jersey is inevitable. And any news on the Giants and Eagles game we missed? Yeah, I'm glad to be back, man. Thank you so much. Like I said, man, I just want a little bit of a break. That's something I got to look into. Hopefully this week I'll start looking into the Giants and Eagles game. But you're definitely wearing a Mets jersey, buddy. You're definitely wearing a Mets jersey, my man. And I said to I was gonna do the doubleheader yesterday, but I was like, that's gonna take way too long. Especially with the break in between. So I was like, I'll just wait for deGrom, do the deGrom game. I may even do the game tomorrow. We'll see. I just want a little bit of time. I'll probably do the Mets game tomorrow as well, and I'll start doing some Giants streams in about 2 weeks. But glad to see you, John, man. How you doing, my man? I read it a few minutes ago. Miami was trying to move Hero. According to the article, wow. And Simon, man, what's going on, buddy? My man, we missed you. Guess where I'm at. Where are you at the game? You at the game, Simon? Well, no, the game's the game's at Citi Field. So you're at the game? I've been to 2 Met games so far this year. And here's deGrom on the hill. Stand up. What's going on, Kalen? deGrom listen to these stats. 0.5 ERA, 72 innings. I thought it was 25 hits. Apparently it's 27 hits. 10 walks given up. He's got a .51 whip. Both of those, if the season ended today, and we're almost halfway through the year, would be major league records. We're talking about 130-year history of baseball. He's got 117 strikeouts. Jacob deGrom, and I don't know if you're a Yankee fan, a Philly fan, a Met fan, somebody who doesn't care about baseball. Jacob deGrom is having an historic season. Like this, you will never, ever see something like this again. That's how dominant Jacob deGrom has been this year, and it's something that you should appreciate whether you're a Met fan or whether you're not. That's how good he's been. And here's the full Phillies lineup going up against Jacob deGrom. They showed it for a second, so I'll just read them out as they come up to the plate. But Herrera is going to be leading off for the Phillies. And what's up there, MH? Those stats aren't that good. Oh, God. Here's the Mets infield. Guillerme at third, Lindor at short, Peraza at second, Alonso at first. McCann will be doing the catching. Lindor, 2-time Gold Glover. So there you go. McNeil is out of the lineup. And in the outfield, left to right, you got Dom Smith, Almora back at center field, Michael Conforto in right. So maybe it's because of the doubleheader. I don't know. I'm with you. I would have rather had Pilar in the lineup. I think Pilar's done a good job with the Mets this year. Maybe they felt like he needed a day off. I'm not too sure why they decided to do it, but we're getting ready to go here. deGrom, ready to go. Let's go, Jake. Potty knows, man. What's going on, man? I appreciate it. Appreciate you for being here, buddy. And here's deGrom, the windup and the pitch. And there's a fastball jammed inside, 100 on the gun. And that's a foul ball. And Pete's going to hold it in right along the railing. So 1 pitch, 1 out. There you go. I heard, by the way, when I was going to the Mets game, I heard an insane stat that Jake, my friend, told me that I went to the game with. Jacob deGrom, at least going into that game, had retired in 9 innings worth of batters in the first inning over his last 9 starts. Meaning, if you just look at the first inning, over his last 9 starts, he had pitched a perfect game. 27 up, 27 down. Rhys Hoskins coming up here for the Phillies, 1 up, 1 down here in the top of the first. Hoskins on the year batting .233, 16 homers. He's got some pop from the right side. deGrom looks in for the sign. And I'm going to get to those super chats in a second, guys. Here's the windup and the pitch by Jake. And the fastball misses inside 1-0. Pistol Pete, man, thank you very much. You said it at the beginning of the season. deGrom is the most dominant athlete today. Man, you hit the nail on the head with that. Dude, it's not even close. You know, and I know a lot of younger fans don't like baseball and they're not into it. It's not even close. And there's a fastball, 101 on the gun, taken for a strike, 1-1. And obviously, you know, LeBron James, for good reason, the guy's incredible. Tom Brady, those guys are going to get the accolades because they're more popular sports, but there is nobody more dominating in one of the 4 major sports than Jacob deGrom. It's not even close. Here's the 1-1 by deGrom. Looks in for the sign. And here's the pitch. And a fastball misses outside, 2-1. John, man, thank you very much. I really hope I don't have to wear that Mets jersey. It really would suck, but I would have tissues for you when the Eagles beat the Oh, God. What's up there, Random Man? Thanks for popping in the stream, buddy. Oh, you're not beating them. We're going to sweep your ass this year. Here's the 2-1 by deGrom. And a fastball drilled in the air to left. Dom's there. Warning track power. No worry. No worry. 2 up, 2 down. Hoskins gave it a ride. Made good contact there. But Dom was able to retrieve it. 2 up, 2 down. Yeah, ERA is now under point. That's insane, man. Yeah, the Nets lost, man. I'm surprised. I did not think the Nets were going to get eliminated. I really thought they were going to win the championship this year. I was surprised. Bryce Harper coming up here from the left side. Hit a home run yesterday. That was a bomb off the bat to right center. He's batting .275 on the year. It'll be a righty-lefty matchup. This is one guy I can't stand. I don't know about you guys in the chat. I cannot stand Bryce Harper. And here's the windup and the pitch by Jake. And that slider this year has been insane. 93 on the gun with late break. Got Harper to chase it out of the zone, but that's been deGrom's strikeout pitch. It's had about a 58% whiff rate. For those of you that don't know what that means, hold on, here's the 0-1. And another slider swung on and missed, 0-2. That means 58% of the time that a batter swings at his slider, they miss. It's not a foul tip. It's not an out. It's not put in play. They miss. Nearly 60% of the time they swing at that pitch. Here's the 0-2 to Harper. And a curveball in the dirt, 1-2. And Ty Hercules, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it, buddy. He says, missed you, Tana. Good to see you doing well. Let's go. Can't wait for football season, buddy. Thank you so much for being here, man. Missed all you guys, man. Just want to take a little bit of a break. I missed all you guys. Looking forward to covering the Giants in the next couple of weeks. Thank you so much for being here, buddy. What's going on there, NY man? Do I think the Giants should get David DeCastro? Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed with the slider. 3 sliders, 3 misses by Harper. He got Harper to chase out of the zone. 3 up, 3 down. A perfect first for Jake. What else is new? We're headed to the bottom of the first. I forgot to show the scoreboard, by the way. But as far as DeCastro goes, I personally, and I don't know if it's him, I don't know if it's somebody else, I think the Giants should add a veteran interior offensive lineman. That's just my opinion. Obviously, the Giants have shown that, or at least they've been hinting that they have a lot of confidence in their young guards and their young center with Nick Gates, and they have not really expressed that they want to go out and do that. But if it was me, as a fan, you ask me, yes, I think the Giants should, whether it's DeCastro, whether it's somebody else, I think they should add a veteran interior offensive lineman leading up into training camp, and they still might. We still have a ways to go, and we'll see what they ultimately end up deciding to do. What's up, Chris? Long time no see. What's going on, Nicholas? Man, thanks for popping in the stream, buddy. Can't stand the Phillies nor their fans. Yeah, I mean, I've been to a couple of Phillies games at their ballpark. Of course, I can't stand the Phillies. People ask me this all the time. Who's the Mets' biggest rival? I can't give you an honest answer there because I think it's dependent on time throughout my life. Like in the 90s, it was unequivocally the Atlanta Braves. Not even a doubt. in the 90s. It was the Atlanta Braves. I couldn't stand the Atlanta Braves. I couldn't stand Tom Glavine. I couldn't stand Greg Maddux, Bobby Cox, right? But then in the mid to late 2000s, it became the Phillies when they had that great powerhouse team. So I don't know. Obviously, I hate them. I just it varies for me with baseball. With football, I think it's cemented. It's always going to be the Philadelphia Eagles as my most hated team. But yeah, I don't have much to say about their fans. I haven't really interacted with their fans too much throughout my life. But if they're like Eagles fans, I understand where you're coming from. Adam, thank you very much. Thoughts on checking the pitchers? Yeah, I hate that. Yesterday, Adam, if you were watching the game, the Mets, I don't remember the guy's name at the top of my head, but the Mets pitcher who pitched, it was his debut start, and the crowd gave him a standing ovation because he had a great, he pitched a great 4 2/3 or 5 innings, whatever it was, and they pulled him. And obviously that's like a great moment for a pitcher, right? Like he's getting a standing ovation. It's his first standing ovation in the major leagues. And the moment was ruined because the umpire forced him to take his hat off and they checked him. I can't stand it, to be honest with you. I can't stand it. Guillermo's going to be leading off here for the Mets from the left side. Here's the windup and the pitch. And the fastball just on the outside corner. That was questionable, but as long as the ump's consistent. 0-1. Guillermo on the year batting .245. No home runs, no RBIs. McGill, there you go, McGill. That was it. And here's the 0-1. And the fastball breaks over the inside part of the plate. 0-2. And John, man, thank you very much. Glad you said that it will be what you will be wearing. The Phillies can catch fire. Noah mowed the Mets down yesterday. I can't stand the Mets. Yuck. You and me, hey, man, I can't stand your team just like you can't stand mine. But, yeah, I'm not going to rule the Phillies out. They're definitely still a threat. There's no doubt about it. I'm not going to rule the Braves out either. The Mets bats need to get cooking. And I think ultimately they will, but they need to start to get cooking. It'll be a 1-2 here to Guillermo from Eflin. And that's looped in the air. This could drop. Nope, it's going to hang up. So 1 up, 1 down. Quick 4 pitch out there. Should the Mets get a new chef? What's wrong with their chef? So here's the infield defense for the Phillies. JT Realmuto, the catcher. They re-signed him this year. Luke Williams, Tereus Matin, I think that's how you pronounce it, and Reese Hoskins over at first base. In the outfield, it'll be McCutcheon, who made the great catch yesterday, Herrera, and Bryce Harper. Lindor will step in. Lindor finally batting over 200. He's at about 220 since he's gotten a little bit out of his, early slump with the Mets. And the fastball misses inside. Lindor gets out of the way, 1-0. Lindor on the year batting .219. He's got 9 home runs now, so you're starting to see a little bit of the pop. Usually hits about 28 to 33 home runs, so he's trending at about, 23, 24 right now. But he's starting to get the bat going a bit. And obviously the glove at times has actually been somewhat questionable this year, Lindor, but you could see he's a very smooth fielder. Here's the 1-0 to Lindor. And that's a slow roller up along the first baseline. Foul. 1-1. What's going on, Kayla, man? Mike Nick says, are you going to stream the preseason? Oh, yeah. I always stream them. Last year we didn't have them, but for sure I'm going to be streaming the Giants preseason games. And I'm going to be streaming a lot of the NFC East games this year as well if they're on primetime, whether it's the Cowboys, the Eagles, or Washington. I'll be streaming their games as well. Here's the 1-1 to Lindor. And I don't know what that was. Might have been a curveball. Misses outside. 2-1. Good job there by Lindor to lay off. I'm kind of with you, Bob. I'm not a fan of Guillermo leading off. Here's the 2-1 as Lindor swings through the heater. 2-2. Lindor didn't steal. Lindor's going to be fine. I'm not worried about Lindor. Conforto in the 3-hole today for the Mets. Like to see Conforto back in the lineup. Really good hitter. Here's the 2-2 to Lindor. And there's the fastball on the inside part of the plate. Fouls it off. We'll do it again. Mets coming into today. They're showing the standings at 39 and 32. They own a 4-game advantage over Washington and a 5-game advantage over both Atlanta and the Phillies. So Mets off to a good start this year. We'll see if they can keep it up. Here's the 2-2 to Lindor. And he swings through the high heat. Looked like that fastball had some rise to it as Lindor chases it out of the zone. 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the first. Mets bats continue to struggle early on in this game. Chris, you've been saying that since the first game. What, Lindor? Lindor will get it going. Lindor finished the year batting no worse than 250, 255 with 25 plus home runs. He's a professional hitter. He'll be fine. Conforto stepping in. He's batting .231, 2 homers, 13 RBIs on the year. His career versus Eflin, 10 for 29, batting so that's why he's in the 3-hole. He's a career .345 hitter with 3 home runs against this pitcher and 29 ABs. And there's the first pitch fastball swung on and fouled off down the third base line. Simon, thank you very much. Thoughts of the Big Sexy return and our trainers. Thoughts on Big Sexy return and our trainers. Big Sexy? Cologne? Here's the 0-1 pitch. Oh, he hit Conforto on the elbow. So the Mets have a base runner here in the bottom of the first with 2 outs. Did I miss that? I didn't even hear about that. Is Cologne back with the Mets in some capacity? So the Mets got a 2-out base runner here as Conforto's on first. Big Sexy is me? I think the Giants are going to go 9-8. We're going to have a game or two where we aren't ourselves and have an upset. I agree with you, Swifty. I think 9-8 is that's where I got them at now, around 9 or 10 wins. Bartolo's back? I didn't know. What's up, Brandon, man? Thanks for popping in, buddy. So Alonso's starting to get it going. He's batting .257. He's got 11 homers now, 35 RBIs. Career versus Eflin, 3 for 12 with a home run. So 2 outs, runner on first here in the bottom of the first. And the slider misses downstairs, just missed downstairs, 1-0. And I'm glad to see you here, Brandon, man. How you doing, buddy? Lindor's 3. Lindor will be fine. I'm not worried about Lindor. Here's the 1-0 to Alonso. And the fastball misses inside, 2-0. Get the hell out of here. He's not going to return. The guy's like 50. The guy was like 45 when he retired, and he weighed about 337 pounds. And our trainers, the Mets always seem to have injuries. That's always been like a common talking point by Mets fans. The Mets always seem to have injuries. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Alonso, and he swings through the heater, 2-1. Astros rise to the Detroit Tigers today. We're playing a doubleheader. Oh, you're an Astros fan? Good luck, buddy. Dom Smith on deck here for the Mets, batting in the cleanup spot today. Yeah, I heard about Eli. Eli's got a role within the organization. Yeah, I heard about that. It's that, it's like player. I forgot what it was. Forgot what it was. It wasn't anything like huge, but yeah, he got a role within the organization, which they talked about. Here's the 2-1 as Alonso lays off the heater, 3-1. It sounds kind of like what David Tyree had, maybe like a role like that. It'll be a 3-1 pitch here to Alonso. 2 outs, runner on first. Are you fearful of injury since you haven't streamed in so long? No, body knowledge. I'll be all right. Here's the 3-1 to Alonso. And there's a heater, and he just like last game, man. Drills the ground ball at the third base. So that'll do it. That'll take us to the top of the second. Alonso did the same thing last game in the big spot. I think in extra innings it was, where he grounded out the third base. But we're going to go to the top of the second. No score here. What's going on, Pinware, man? Thanks for popping in. He's down to 200. Cologne's down to 240 pounds. Wow. Wow. He must look like a different man. Should the Mets trade for another pitcher or batter? Yes. I think the Mets, and again, this is all dependent on, how these guys look when Carrasco is going to be back. When Syndergaard, even though it doesn't sound like Syndergaard's coming back anytime soon. And if I had to guess, Syndergaard's probably going to help in the bullpen. But yes, I think ultimately the Mets are going to have to add another starting pitcher. Unfortunately, I think that'll be their big acquisition at the deadline. I think they're going to have to add another starting pitcher. It doesn't have to necessarily be a great guy, but a back-end starter, I think they'll have to add, and we'll see what the lineup looks like come the deadline. And what's going on, Benjamin, man? Glad to see you, buddy. Oh, Ohtani's the MVP. Ohtani's the MVP of Major. Well, he's the American League MVP. deGrom's the National League MVP. I actually looked this up yesterday because I was curious. There's only been 9, I think, or maybe it was 12. It might be 12. It's either 9 or 12. I think it's 12. There's only been 12 pitchers in the history of baseball. So you're talking about about 130-year history. And there's 2 MVPs a year, right? One in the American, one in the National. So 250 or so MVPs in the history of baseball. Only 12 have been pitchers. And I think this year deGrom will be number 13. He has to be the way he's pitched. What's going on there, JJ? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. Who do you think wins the NBA championship now? I don't know. I honestly have no idea. I think it's a crapshoot. I think it could be. I mean, I don't think it'll be Atlanta. If Atlanta gets in, I think whoever comes out of the West. But we'll see. What was a joke? What did I miss, Bob? Oh, that was a joke. Okay. You were talking. Cologne was a joke. Here's the first pitch by deGrom, and the slider. Wow. The umpire gave him that call. My God. Real Muto. That was at least 3 or 4 inches off the plate. Real Muto takes it for a strike. I'll take it. So 0-1. Real Muto on the year batting .283, 7 homers. Talented catcher. And the fastball misses outside. 1-1. Who do you think wins the? I don't follow hockey. I'll go with Tampa Bay. I think they won last year, right? I'll go with Tampa Bay. I was watching the Islanders, though. Here's the 1-1 by deGrom to Real Muto. McCann lines up outside, and there's a fastball hit on the ground, fielded cleanly, and Guillerme throws over to first. 1 up, 1 down here in the top of the second. So deGrom, first 4 hitters, 4 outs, continues to dominate this year. Let's go Knicks. What's up, Justin, man? Thanks. I can't wait for Knicks basketball to get cooking again. Can't wait, man. It's going to be a fun year this year coming up with the Knicks. And it's going to be a fun year for the Mets. I mean, we're not even halfway through, but I think the Mets are I think we're going to playoff baseball this year. I can't wait. I'm definitely going to be going to some games. Here's McCutchen stepping in, batting .225, 13 homers, 39 ribbies on the year. deGrom, the windup, and the pitch. And the fastball misses outside, 1-0. Did the Knicks trade their picks? No, not yet. Or are you asking, do I think they should? They have not, but I have heard rumors that they're potentially looking either to trade up or to trade their picks for a player. Here's the 1-0, and good late break to the slider there by deGrom, 1-1. I think the Knicks are going to trade their picks. I don't know if it's going to be to trade up in the draft or to trade for an established player, but I think they're going to trade their picks in some capacity. And another slider to McCutchen. deGrom gets him the swing. That slider is ridiculous. I can make an argument, guys, that Jacob deGrom's slider, in terms of like an individual pitch, might be the best pitch in baseball. Here's the 1-2 pitch to McCutchen. And another slider. McCutchen's able to lay off 2-2. Next week, I hope so, Term. I sure hope so, man. You're going to the Cincinnati game? That's awesome, man. I'm going to another Met game soon. Here's the 2-2. And, that's off deGrom. It's off his ass. And that ball's going to go into the outfield. McCutchen lines that ball off deGrom's butt. I think it was his right cheek. Hopefully he's all right. deGrom was able to get out of the way. I think he's fine. So, lead off, 1 out single here in the top of the second. Oh, yeah, his right cheek. Right cheek. They're going to pay Randall. So 1-on-1 out here in the top of the second. I'm surprised not that I think he's hurt at all, but I'm surprised that they didn't at least come out and check him. Usually when the ball goes off the pitcher in any way, shape, or form, they usually come out and check him, but they didn't. Luke Williams will step in here for the Phillies. He's the rookie. He's batting .324, 1 homer, 4 RBIs. McCutchen leads from first. deGrom looks in for the sign. And here's the pitch. The fastball misses outside, 1-0. Have you heard about Rutgers football? They're doing really well. I'm not a big college fan at all, to be honest with you, but I don't really follow Rutgers football. They haven't been good since they had Ray Rice for the most part, but hopefully they do well. I know that since they've transferred to the Big Ten, they've gotten destroyed. Here's the 1-0 by Jake, and a fastball swung on and missed, 100 on the gun. It did, Jared. It bounced right off his ass. Is your first time doing amounts? I don't know what you mean by that, Brandon. And here's the 1-1 by deGrom. Looks in for the sign. McCutchen leads from first. And McCutcheon go. He got a good jump. McCann shouldn't have even thrown that ball, and now it goes into the outfield. But McCutcheon's going to stay on second. Too good of a jump there. It was a strike. It'll be 1-2. McCutcheon was halfway there by the time deGrom threw the pitch. Another fortunate call, by the way. That ball looked like it was outside. Oh, can I add an out counter? Is that what you meant? I guess I could. I'll do that in between innings. I'll try to do that. It might look a little funky, but what's up, Noah, man? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, I'm sure we will, Slurpee. We'll do something like that for sure. Fastball swung on a miss. 2 out here in the top of the second. I'm going to have a member stream probably in like a week or two. I was just like, relaxing, and we'll talk about stuff like that. But I'm sure we'll do something like that this year. Nice pitch there by deGrom. He blew it right by him. What's up there, Malik, man? Thanks for popping in, buddy. Do you think the Knicks could trade for Babe Ruth and Jackie Robinson? Yeah, I think they could. I think Babe Ruth would be great for the Knicks. So 2 outs here in the top of the second. Runner on second. Nick Matten at the plate. He's batting .248, 2 homers, 8 RBIs. Let's go to deGrom is right. What's up, CPK? Jake from the stretch. Looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch. And the fastball misses inside. I hate this camera angle, by the way, as the fastball misses inside. They got the camera angle from behind the umpire. You can't even see where the pitch is going. But that missed inside. Here's the 1-0. And a fastball drilled in the air down right, and that's going to be a run. Jake's going to give up a run here as the Phillies lead 1-0. That's only the 5th run deGrom has given up all year. A 2-out single down the right field line there by Matten, and the Mets are going to have to score some runs for deGrom today. Phillies lead 1-0. So not the best of starts for the Mets. What's up, Jay Diamond Man? Thanks for popping in. Objective fan here. I'm a Red Sox fan. Well, I'm glad to see you here, Kyle. Knicks should trade Kevin Knox for Luka. Yeah, I think that would go through. I think the league office would approve of that. So 2 outs. Runner on first here in the top of the second. Here's the pitch. And the fastball misses outside. You couldn't trade Kevin Knox for a soda machine right now. You couldn't. I'd rather have a soda machine. At least it, keeps my players refreshed. Here's the 1-0 pitch by deGrom. 2 outs, runner on first. And a fastball drilled to short. Lindor's there. He'll flip to second, and that'll do it. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Philly leads 1-0. So let's go to the bottom of the second. Yeah, they scored a run. Should the Knicks pursue Dame? Depends on the deal. But for the right deal, yes. But I'm not giving up the farm to get him. Depends on the deal for me. Pistol Pete, just listen to the game. You can count the Bulls. Oh, he wants to. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to do the Bulls. The Bulls and strikes. I could maybe do the outs. I could probably do the outs. Here. Just going to look funky, I guess, but. There you go. Pistol Beat. Steph Curry signing next season. He is I would love that. I think Curry, from what I've read, and we're not going to know. We don't even know what the Knicks team is going to look like a year from now, right? After this offseason, next offseason. But I have heard that a lot of people have linked him to the West Coast. A lot of people have linked him to the Lakers. We'll see. We don't even know what the NBA is going to look like after this offseason, so we'll see. But an obvious target for the Knicks if they don't decide to go out there and spend on a big player this year. I think this year, though, the Knicks are going to be aggressive. I really believe that. I don't know if it'll be in the form of a trade or if it'll be in the form of free agency, but I really do think the Knicks are going to be ultra aggressive this offseason. And Pete, thank you very much. I know I was joking about the BS counter. Oh. I didn't even know it was you, Pete. I thought somebody else asked me to do that. How does the best pitcher in the league allow a run in the Oh, J-Dog, man. He's fine, man. He's entitled to give up a run every now and again. No, and deGrom is – I love deGrom. I love deGrom. Jacob deGrom gives up one run. One run. And he's given up 5 runs all year now. And he's got a .6 ERA. And he's throwing water bottles out of frustration in the dugout. I love deGrom. I love him. He's like, I'm not supposed to give up any runs. So we go to the bottom of the second here. The Mets trail 1-0. If we got Zion, that would what would we do with Randall? Can one of them play center? You don't have to worry about Zion for, I think, 3 years. He's still on the rookie deal. As Dom lines a single back up the middle, so the Mets have a leadoff base runner here in the bottom of the second. We'll see if we get something cooking. What's up there, Mike Nixon? Thanks for popping in the stream. Mets says, I am Groot. Now, are you baby Groot? Are you teenage Groot? Or are you full-grown Groot? One of my favorite movies in terms of Marvel movies. Probably my favorite, actually. Guardians of the Galaxy. But a good job there by Dom to line that back up the middle in terms of a series, not an individual movie. Hey, Tanner, deGrom is great. He can give up a run as long as we got to get him some supporters, right? Yeah, Zion, we're not getting Zion. We're not getting Zion at least for 3 years. And here's McCann. He's batting .240, 6 homers, 25 RBIs. Career versus Eflin, he's 0 for 3. See if McCann gets something going here. I do think it's possible we end up getting Zion in the future, though, because of his ties to R.J. Barrett and how much he likes playing at the Garden. Eflin looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch. And the fastball, my God. This is a strike zone. On both sides, by the way, it's not just against the Mets, is horrible. That ball was way inside. Calls it a strike, 0-1. Eflin looks in for the sign. Dom will lead from first. Here's the 0-1 pitch by Eflin. Looks like they're going to go right back inside to McCann. And the fastball swung on and fouled off. That'll reach the seats 0-2. What's up there, Pete? Tanner, what's your favorite TV show? Mine's Stranger Things. It's a good question, man, because I watch so many TV shows that I may change my mind on a weekly basis. I binge watch a lot of shows on Netflix. Right now, I'm actually binge watching. It was a random show that I saw pop up on my recommendeds. But Stranger Things is great. It's definitely one of my favorites. Here's the 0-2 to McCann. Eflin looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch. And the fastball way upstairs. 1-2 as McCann was able to check the swing. I started watching a show called Startup. It's pretty good. But my all-time favorite show is probably Breaking Bad. But there's so many good ones. It'll be a 1-2 here to McCann as Dom leads from first. Dom had a leadoff single up the middle. I have not watched that yet, Slurpee. Here's the 1-2. And the fastball rides inside, 2-2. No, I haven't. I got to get Disney Plus. I don't own it. I got to get Disney Plus. But yeah, everybody says I got to watch Loki. That's my next show I got to watch. My brother's obsessed with it. It'll be a 2-2 pitch here. Smith leads from first. 1 on, nobody out. Eflin from the stretch. Here's the pitch. And the slider swung on and looped in the air. That's going to drop in for a base hit. The Mets will have first and second. As Harper made a diving attempt, he was unable to get to it. So the Mets got something cooking here. Did they call him out? No. He's not out. He's not out. That dropped in. Okay. First and second here in the bottom of the second. Looked like one of the umpires overruled the other, but that clearly hit the ground first. Harper trapped it in the mitt. So the Mets have first and second. Nobody out here in the bottom of the second. Family Matters was great. I watched Family Matters as a kid. Yeah, it was great. That was definitely one of my favorite shows growing up as a kid on TGIF. Chris, what are you doing? That show was fudging phenomenal. I got to watch it. That'll be my next one that I watch then. I got to watch that. So first and second here, nobody out here in the bottom of the second. And Peralta up for the Mets here. We'll see if he can at least advance the runners. Here's the pitch. And a slider driven in the air down the left field line. That's going to go all the way to the wall. Mets will played at least one. Dom comes home for a run, and the Mets are going to have runners at second and third as Peralta with a double. There you go, baby. We're all tied up at one apiece. Nobody out here in the bottom of the second. Hung that slider right over the middle of the plate. Peraza. I keep saying Peralta. Peraza, by the way. For second and third, nobody out. Let's go. The B is back. No, he's not. You're going to give me nightmares, Mike. And Almore now at the plate as he takes a fastball downstairs 1-0. Almore on the year is batting .086. His career versus Eflin 2 for 9. So he's done nothing as a New York Met. My average is almost as good as his. Eflin looks in for the sign. It'll be a 1-0. And here's the pitch. And chases the good movement on the fastball, though. Good late break. 1-1 as he swings through it. Down and in. I'm a Knicks fan. I'm from New York, so I'm a Knicks fan. I'm not from Jersey. As a kid, my favorite game show to watch was Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? Oh, I remember that show. It wasn't my favorite, but it was good. Here's the 1-1 to Almora. And he swings through another fastball. 1-2. 94 on the gun. Chris, you ever catch a bit? I have actually, Slurpee. Yes. I'll tell you a quick story in a second. After this pitch, it'll be a 1-2 from Eflin. Runners lead from second and third. Here's the pitch to Almora. And strike three. 3 straight. I don't know if that was a sinker or slot, whatever it was. He threw the same pitch 3 times, and he got him to swing through it. Looked like a sinking fastball maybe. But so 3 straight, 4 pitch strikeout there, but he swung through 3 sinking fastballs. And deGrom coming up to the plate, he's getting a standing ovation at the crowd. deGrom on the year is batting .407. 407. Pitcher. But I'll get to that in 1 second. I'll talk about the ball I caught in 1 second. Here's Jake at the plate. We'll see if he can get another RBI. He's been fantastic this year. Eflin from the stretch. Here's the pitch. And the fastball swung and missed. So real quick, my story of a ball that I caught. I was at a Mets-Giants game the year that Bonds hit the 73 homers, I think it was. So obviously it was a hot ticket, right? He was like the biggest story in all of baseball. Here's the 0-1 pitch to deGrom. And a slide, curveball maybe, swung on and fouled off. That'll reach the seats, 0-2. So deGrom now in an 0-2 hole. And I got there early. I went there for batting practice. And I caught a home run. I was sitting it was Old Shea Stadium. So I don't know if you may not be familiar with that, Slurpee, but Old Shea Stadium, they had a picnic area where it was, right behind the left field fence. Here's the 0-2 pitch to deGrom. And that's drilled on the ground. The first, they're going to come home with it. He's safe. Oh, he called him out. I thought McNeil was safe. Maybe the catcher blocked his foot. I'd like to see a replay. McCann's not arguing. Oh, my God. The catcher's foot got in the way of the plate. It was a great job by the catcher to block the plate, Real Muto. McCann's foot was there, but it hit Real Muto's foot, and it bounced up in the air, and it didn't land on the plate. So a bad slide, but I mean, he's a catcher. I'm not going to get on him for that. He's not meant to be, great at sliding, but should have probably slid to the outside portion of the plate. But it did pop up in the air. The foot beat him, but he didn't land on the plate. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. And Guillerme lines the ball down the left field line, foul, 0-1. No, he was out. Real Muto blocked the plate. I keep forgetting to change the outs now because I don't normally do this. Well, I'm just going to say it so I don't got to keep changing it. There's 2 outs, and Guillerme's at the plate here. First and second. I'll get back to the baseball story after this inning. Here's the 0-1 to Guillerme. Eflin looks in for the sign. Peraza leads from second, and that's a looped ball, and that'll hang up there from McCutcheon to left field. So that'll do it. The Mets only plate 1. We'll go to the top of the third. So they wasted an opportunity there to have more. Obviously, it was the bottom of the order. You had 8 and 9 coming up, but you would have liked to have at least gotten 1 more run that inning. Go to the top of the third, 1-1. Skip deGrom can keep it going. But as far as that, the story goes. Yeah, so I was at the Mets Giants game. I got there early, the Pepsi picnic area, which back then, if you, I think it was every Wednesday, and I only remember this because when I was a kid, we didn't have a lot of money, so we would get to Shea Stadium early. You'd have to get there like 3 hours early before the game. You'd wait online, and then I think it was every Wednesday home game, if I'm not mistaken, they'd allow you to go to the game for free as long as you brought a Pepsi can, and it was called the Pepsi picnic area. And I was sitting there, so it was like a prime area to catch a home run ball, which at that time was the only seats at Shea Stadium, really, outside of maybe if you were down the left field or right field line a little bit, you could catch one, but for the most part, it was really the only seats where you could catch a home run. So I was sitting there, I got there for batting practice, and I did catch a home run during batting practice when Barry Bonds was chasing the home run record. And I told all my friends when I got home it was Barry Bonds, but it wasn't. It was Ty Wigginton, who at that point was the third baseman for the New York Mets. Wasn't very good. He was all right. He had 1 good year with the Mets. He was the cleanup hitter 1 year when we were horrible. But I did catch a home run ball in batting practice by Ty Wigginton. And Supreme, man, have a good one, buddy. What team would you be a fan of? The Giants and Dodgers? Probably the Dodgers. I'd probably pick the Brooklyn Dodgers. How did the Mets score? They got a Peraza. Peraza got a double down the left field line. I don't know if I still have the ball. That's a good question. Probably not. Probably not. I might, but I don't know where it is if I do. Yeah, Ty Wigginton, who was the third baseman who David Wright ended up replacing. That was like the dark years of the New York Mets. Like from 2002. And in 2002, if you're a Mets fan, you know this. The Mets were supposed to be awesome. I remember when I was in high school, I was a junior, I think. I was so excited that year because they went out there and they spent like lunatics, kind of like the Giants did this year. Hopefully it's not a similar result. And the Mets went out there. They got Roger Cedeno back. They got Jeremy Brunitz. They got Mo Vaughn. They got, I think it was they traded Kevin Napier to get Mo Vaughn. They added a couple of other players, and they were horrible. But that kind of Roberto Alomar, how could I forget? He was the big name. And he was the first pitch by deGrom, and there's a fastball over the middle taken for a strike. And that was kind of the beginning of the end for the Mets for a little bit there from 2002 to like 2004. Those were like 3 really dark years for the Mets. Here's the 0-1, and a fastball swung on and fouled off. That'll reach the seats 0-2. And then in 2005, they started to show you some hope when they got David Wright, and Jose Reyes was growing as a player. And then obviously they started to make some big signings, and then, 2006 was a great year. Here's the 0-2, and a slider, slow roll to first base. deGrom will field it. He'll flip it over to Pete. 1 up, 1 down here in the top of the third. Yeah, Jeremy Brunitz was horrible. I actually went to opening day in 2002. I was excited as a kid, and it was freezing. It was like, I don't know, 35. It felt like 35 degrees at least. It was freezing. And it's the last opening day I think I've ever been to because it was a horrible experience. The Mets lost like 12-1. And it was a year where you were super excited because of that offseason I just told you about. And I remember watching Mo Vaughn in batting practice. He swung and missed at like 4 pitches. And I was like, oh, wow, that's not good. And yeah, the Mets, I knew right then, I was like, this may not be as good of a season as I'm hoping for. 1 out, nobody on here in the top of the third, and there's a slider swung on and missed. And yeah, I remember in that game, you could probably actually YouTube it. I'm sure there's a clip of it. Cedeno was playing center field, which he should have never been playing. Here's the 0-1 pitch by deGrom to Herrera. And a slider swung on and missed 0-2. Cedeno was playing center field. And there was a ball hit to Cedeno. I think it was in like the 7th or the 8th inning. And Cedeno came running in, like full speed. Like he thought he was going to have to dive to make a play. Here's the 0-2. And the slider in the dirt, 1-2. The ball landed on the warning track. He missed the ball by about 200 feet. It was the worst baseball game I've ever been to in my life. And I knew that season was going to be a long season. It ended up being 3 long seasons. Here's the 1-2 by deGrom. And a fastball swung on and fouled off. That'll reach the seats. Opening day at Jack Fisher was pitching for the Mets. Interesting. I did not know that. What's the best NFL franchise in your opinion? I mean, historically, probably the Patriots. I mean, what they've done over the last 20 years. Them are the Steelers. And the slider misses inside, 2-2. Probably the Steelers historically. I mean, if you're being honest, the Steelers have only had, since the Super Bowl era, the Steelers have only had 7 losing seasons. I mean, to put that in perspective as a Giants fan, the Giants have had like 7 losing seasons in the last, 8 years? So I would probably say the Steelers. Here's the 2-2. And a slider swung on and hit in the air to center. Almore is there. As it barely reaches the warning track. 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the third. He might have been body knowledge. He might have been on. He was on something. He was on something. Hoskins coming up here. He's 0 for 1 with a line out. That's awesome, Bob. My mom actually went to opening day at Shea, which was in 64. A lot of people may not know that. The Mets started in 62, but Shea didn't open until 64. Here's the first pitch, and this umpire strike zone is horrible. As I'll take it as a Met fan, as they call a strike way off the outside corner to Hoskins with the slider 0-1. The first 2 years the Mets were at the Polo Grounds. Here's the 0-1, and there's another slider in there for a strike 0-2. But my mom actually won a contest at the there was like a contest at her local grocery market, and she put her name in there and she won. And so she got to go to opening day at Chase Stadium. Here's the 0-2 by deGrom, and the fastball just misses upstairs, 1-2. And this is me, you know, back in 1980, I was born in 85. So the Mets won in 86. Here's the 1-2 by deGrom. Swung on a miss with the slider. Good inning there by Jake. We'll go to the bottom of the third. This is me in 1986 when the Mets won their last World Series. That's how long it's been, guys. This is me now. This is me the last time the Mets won the World Series. So it's been a long time, guys. It's been a long time. So we're going to go to the bottom of the third. We're all tied up at 1 apiece. What's going on there, Buck? So man, thanks for popping in the stream, buddy. Oh, first one is what you meant to say. Was there ever a point where guys could get a cut and a shave at Chase Day? I have no idea. I have no idea. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Baby Tanner Sports Influencer says. That's the last time the Mets won a World Series. I was in diapers. But I was alive. I didn't get to experience it, but I was alive. I just needed a break, Dust Thunder. It's like the only time during the year where I could really take a break. I just needed a break. It's kind of the dead time, right? So I just needed like a 2-3 week break. So I took it. And we're gonna do some, more Mets streams, and then obviously, leading up into the football season, we're gonna be doing a lot more Giants content. Have you done a birthday stream? I've never done a birthday stream. Usually I go out for my birthday. I've never done, I'm sure, my birthday's in November. So, but I've never done a birthday stream. But why didn't you sign the kid's Matt Harvey jersey? Oh, it wasn't a jersey. It was a ball. Kid thought I was Matt Harvey when I went to Mike Piazza's Hall of Fame induction ceremony, and he put a ball in front of my face. But no, it was a ball. Me, the last time the Knicks won. Yeah. Yeah, Rob. Me too, man. Yeah, man. I want to see a deGrom and Trout matchup. I don't even know. Did they play this year? I don't even know, to be honest with you. I don't think they play. I don't think they play. I feel like the Islanders and the Mets since 2015 have been these teams that can never get over the hump. Since 2015? Mets haven't been able to get over the hump since I've been watching baseball. And neither have the Islanders since I've been, moderately watching hockey. Obviously, the Islanders had a great 4-year stretch there before I was alive where they won 4 consecutive cups. And here's the first pitch to Lindor, and oh my God. That slider was way outside, and he calls it a strike to Lindor. He's consistent. He's consistently horrible. 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Lindor. That's drilled in the air. Oh, I thought he got more of it. That'll hang up there for Harper. 1 up, 1 down here in the bottom of the third. Looked like he made better contact there. I guess he got it a little bit off the inside part of the bat. But a good swing by Lindor. 1 up, 1 down. Yankee the Wolfman. Thank you very much. Favorite Mets cap, blue cap or World Series? Oh, my favorite Mets cap is the blue. I like the black cap actually a lot too, which they haven't worn since I think it was 2009. The all black. The one cap I never really liked as a Mets fan. I didn't like the black cap with the blue rim. Never liked that one. Was never a fan. Never bought that. I like the all black and I like the all blue. Those are my two favorite Met caps. And a changeup, I guess, on the outside corner. 0-1 here. Eflin taking advantage of the wide strike zone as Conforto takes a strike here. And here's the 0-1 to Conforto, and that's the same spot. This time he calls it a ball. 1-1. Two straight changeups here to Conforto. Interesting. What's up, Josh? Here's the 1-1. And the fastball upstairs, taken for a ball. 2-1. Yeah, I used to own the black cap, but yeah, I'll definitely get. That'll probably be the one that I get. Actually, I got to get a new Met hat. That'll probably be the new one, the one that I get once they start bringing the black uniform back out, which I'm looking forward to. As Eflin comes with the curveball, swung on and missed there by Conforto, 2-2. But I always loved the black uniforms. I was upset when they got rid of them. Here's the 2-2 to Conforto. And a curveball back up the middle, but they hit it right into the shift. Normally that's a base hit, but they hadn't played that way. 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the third. As Conforto was able to line it past the pitcher, but the shortstop was playing right behind the bag. You think the Hawks made a deal with the devil to get as far as they have? No, Mets, to be honest with you. And I kind of tried to, and obviously as a Knicks fan, you want to believe. I said the Knicks at 7 at the start of the series, but I tried to warn people going into that series. The Hawks were hot going in. The Hawks were a good team. I think they finished the year like 30-11, or it was something ridiculous with McNeil as the new coach once he took over. I'm not that surprised that they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. I thought they'd give the Sixers a good series once they got past the Knicks. I said the Sixers at 7, but I thought they'd give the Sixers a good series. So I'm honestly not that surprised. I think the Hawks are a good team. As Alonso fouls off the first pitch 0-1, which I guess as a Knicks fan, maybe makes you feel a little bit better, being that they played as well as they have after they got past the Knicks. I think we ran into a really good team, a hot team. They were a much different team the last 40 games of the year. Here's the 0-1 to Alonso, and that's roped. That again hits it right into the shift, and a nice scoop there by Hoskins. So that'll take us to the top of the fourth. 3 up, 3 down. Shea or Citi? You got to go with Citi. I mean, I have better memories at Shea, and I miss Shea. But if I'm being honest with you, I love Shea, okay? I have so many great memories as a kid growing up, going to Mets games. And, obviously if you're, an older fan right now watching this, when you went to the Mets night games, the first thing that you would recognize was the neon lights, right? You would see the pitcher all lit up in neon lights. That was like the signature thing on the outside of the stadium. And I love Shea, but in terms of a stadium, in terms of the experience while you're there at the ballpark, it's not even close. Shea Stadium, the vantage points weren't that good. Citi Field, you could be anywhere in the stadium and get a good view of the game. It's not even close. Citi Field's a much better stadium, but I have a lot of great memories from Shea. What's going on there, NY man? Thanks for popping in. The Giants could have been better if they had 2 preseason games last year. This preseason will be super boring and I can't wait for the preseason, man. The most important thing I think for the Giants this preseason, Malik, I think the development of Daniel Jones and his new receivers, whether that's in the games or whether that's in training camp, but him getting, the development, right? Because we all talk about, we're all excited about all these new wide receivers, getting Kenny Golladay, Kadarius Toney, but he's got to develop chemistry with these players, right? Getting Barkley back, I think that is super important going into training camp. And a lot of people say they don't want to see Daniel Jones play at all in the preseason. I disagree. I think with all these new weapons the New York Giants have, I think he has to, in a game environment, I think he has to get some exposure with that before the season starts. I think that's super important. I'm not saying I'm going to play him a full game, But I think that's what's the most important thing going into preseason is him getting more acclimated to all these new weapons with the New York Giants. deGrom is on top. Oh, we're not moving deGrom. deGrom's ridiculous. But here we go to the top of the fourth. What's up, Big Tank TV, man? Thanks for popping in, buddy. deGrom looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch. And a fastball. Harper takes it for a strike. 99 on the gun. Harper looks a little discouraged there. That one was actually a strike. It'll be an 0-1. Here's deGrom. And the windup. And the pitch. It'll be his 40th pitch of the game. And a slider misses inside. Looked like Harper read it the whole way. First time up, I think he threw Harper like 4 sliders. So I think Harper was expecting that. Looked like he didn't even take the bat off his shoulder. 1-1. Here's the 1-1 to Bryce. Wow, it doesn't even look like Bryce is attempting the swing. Like, it's weird. It looks like he's like almost taking 2 strikes because that ball was close. It didn't even look like he wanted to offer at it. 2-1. That barely missed outside. Here's the 2-1 to Harper. And a slider swung on and missed. Chases that one out of the zone. 2-2. If I'm deGrom, I come with the slider again. I mean, you were able to fool this guy 3 times first time up to chase out of the zone. I throw the slider again. Here's the 2-2 to Harper. And there it is. The slider chopped on the ground. Chased it a bit out of the zone. Slow roller down the first baseline. Foul. And Gavin, what's up, buddy? deGrom to St. Louis. The trophy is coming home. What's going on, my man? deGrom ain't going nowhere, Gavin. This is the one athlete. Like, if you thought my Kristaps Porzingis flip out was nuts, that is nothing compared to the way I would react if the Mets ever let deGrom go. It's not happening. They got to build a statue outside of Citi Field of Jacob deGrom. Hold on one second. Here's the 2-2 by Jake. And that's a slow roller back up the middle. Oh, my God, Lindor. I'm going to tell you what. And Lindor, and it's an error by Lindor, by the way. Bryce Harper's on first. I'm going to tell you what. And Lindor's a very good fielder, right? You can tell, right? He's a very good fielder. He's got a good glove. But sometimes this guy is way too lackadaisical. Like, they say it during the telecast sometimes, the guy doesn't come in for the ball. Like, why are you waiting back? Why are you waiting back? He does this too much. Like, it's a slow roll. You got to come in and get that ball and throw to first. A bad error there by Lindor. I don't like to see that. So Harper now on first, doing deGrom no favors. 1 out, nobody on here in the top of the fourth. deGrom looks in for the sign. And he'll check Harper back to first. One thing I'll say about Harper, Harper doesn't steal a ton of bases. And maybe I'm wrong on this. It just felt like when he was on the Nationals, every time he played the Mets, he stole at least 2 bags in a series. Like, he always tried to steal up the Mets. And maybe I'm wrong on that. It's something I should probably look up. But he always seemed to be super aggressive on the base paths versus the Mets. Harper leads from first here. Runner on first, nobody out here in the top of the fourth. And deGrom looks like called a timeout. Realmuto called a timeout. Yeah, I don't Lindor, listen, I see he's definitely a really good fielder, but sometimes, man, I don't know, man. And deGrom from the stretch, here's the pitch, and swings through the slider there. Nice pitch there. 0-1. But yeah, getting back to deGrom, I think they should rebuild the Statue of Liberty and have Jacob deGrom's face on. I would completely be okay with that. So the Mets got a slight infield shift on. It'll be an 0-1 by deGrom. Here's the pitch to Realmuto. And he's going. What I tell you, Harper, I'm curious. I got to look this up. How many career stolen bases does Bryce Harper have a career? I got to look this up when I get a chance. He always steals bases against the Mets. Always. And now it'll be a 1-1. Because I feel like he never steals more than, maybe 10 bases a year, 15 bases a year? He always steals bases against the Mets. And he just got one there. That's the second time in this game the Phillies have been aggressive on the base paths. Obviously, you're not going to get many opportunities to score runs against deGroms. You got to try to create them. So runner on second here, nobody out. It'll be a 1-1 here to Real Muto. Here's the pitch, and the slider swung on and fouled off. What's going on there, MT Moss? He's got 104 career stolen bases. I'm curious to see how many come against the Mets. I'd be willing to guess at least 10 to 12% of those stolen bases come against the Mets. But again, I that's just me watching games. I just always felt that way when he was with the Nationals. Here's the 1-2 by deGrom. Harper leads from second. And here's the pitch. And a slider. Good job there by McCann to snag it in the dirt. 2-2. The best teams lose the most preseason. I don't care. You don't care about winning preseason games. It's just about getting acclimated to one another. I want a fan to throw a glass beer. I never liked Harper. It'll be a 2-2 here from Jake. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, right? Because he plays more than 10% of his games against the Mets anyway, right? You play 19 games. All right, I'll say 15 to 20% of his career stolen bases, more than it should be. It just, I don't know. I remember there was some games where he'd steal like 2 in one game against the Mets. And here's the 2-2 from deGrom. And a fastball hit on the ground to short. Lindor will field this one cleanly. He'll flip over to first. 1 out here in the top of the fourth. Harper stays at second. Yeah, I would say maybe 20% because, like you said, he plays 19 games against the Mets, 162-game season. So that's about, 11.5%, 12%. So, yeah, it's probably more like 15 or 20%, I would guess, his career stolen bases. And here's McCutchen. McCutchen stepping up here. He's 1 for 1 with a single, stolen base, and a run scored. Going good, CPK. Glad to see you here, buddy. Harper will lead from second. deGrom from the stretch. 1 out, runner on second. Here's the pitch. And the fastball runs high and tight, 1-0. Well, yeah, Mark. I mean, when your ERA is that low, if you give up a run, it's going to go up significantly. Guys, I mean, all you need to know is the guy now has given up 5 earned runs all year. And he has not had a start all year where he's given up more than 1 in a game. Here's the 1-0 to McCutchen, and there's a fastball in the outside corner, 1-1. Nice pitch there by Jake. Come on, deGrom, get out of it, baby. Come on. Harper leads from second. deGrom looks in for the sign. And he'll check the runner back to second. Now he comes to the plate, and a fastball in the outside corner, 99 on the gun. 1-2. Nice pitch there by deGrom as McCutchen laid off. Amazing guy, Babe Ruth. What about him? Babe Ruth has one of the most amazing statistics in the history of sports. It still blows my mind every time I think about it. Here's the 1-2 by deGrom. Keeping a close eye on Harper over at second. Here's the pitch to McCutchen. And a fastball hit in the air to right field. Good photos there. It's shallow. I don't think that Harper will advance, and he won't. So 2 outs. They keep Harper over at second base. Babe Ruth, I don't know what year it was. I think it was the year he had 60 home runs. Babe Ruth 1 year hit more home runs as an individual than any team in baseball. Think about that. Think about that. He hit more home runs as an individual than any team in baseball 1 year. That's crazy. Luke Williams coming up here for the Phillies. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. He's batting .316, 1 home run, 4 RBIs. 2 outs, runner on second here in the top of the fourth. What's going on there, Christian B, man? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Mets got the infield shift on. When they first started doing these shifts, and here's the pitch by Jake, and where was that? Was right there. This umpire's horrible. He calls strikes balls and he calls balls strikes. And look at Rojas. Rojas is giving him the look of death. It'll be a 1-0 here from deGrom. And another for that. So, okay. He calls that one a strike. The first one was more of a strike than the second, and it was near the same exact location. That was like 3 inches more to the outside. The other one was actually a strike. He calls the second pitch a strike. Jake, start throwing balls, and he'll call them strikes. That's the trick with this umpire. Here's the 1-1 to Williams. And there's a slider. That was way too far outside to call a strike. 2-1. Christian B, man, feels good, man. What's up, Mike? Just a little slow time during the offseason. Just relax a little bit. It'll be a 2-1 here from deGrom. 2 outs, runner on second here in the top of the fourth. See if Jake can get out of the jam. Harper leads. Here's the pitch. Slider swung on and missed. Got Williams to chase. 2-2. Who's the greatest pitcher? I mean, Babe Ruth was a pitcher. Babe Ruth started as a pitcher. So you'd have to go with him. But right now, I guess Ohtani, right? It'll be a 2-2 pitch. They're on their feet. They want the strikeout from deGrom. Jake looks in for the sign. And here's the 2-2. And he nearly got Williams to chase the slider way out of the zone. And Harper steals third. There's another stolen base. I'm telling you, I have to look up this statistic at some point. I'm telling you right now, Harper steals more bases against the Mets than any team in baseball. I'd be willing to bet any amount of money on it. He just stole 2 more. So it'll be a 3-2 here from deGrom. Here's the pitch to Williams from the stretch. And he chases the slider out of the zone. deGrom gets out of it. No harm, no foul. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Great job there by deGrom to get out of it. Didn't even give up a hit that. And look at this. The umpires are checking deGrom again. Are they going to do this every inning? Here, take off the hat. Yeah, here. We got to check for foreign substances. I can't stand this new rule at Major League Baseball. But we're going to go to the bottom of the fourth. Tie game. What's up there, Benjamin? Great job there by deGrom to get out of it. It's ridiculous, Nona. They're always checking for foreign substances now. As if we didn't know that pitchers have been doing this for 130 years. I'm with you. I mean, anytime deGrom pitches, you feel like you need to win the game. Tremont, I'm with you, buddy. Italy scored its two in a row. They are going to advance to the quarterfinals. I don't even know what tournament that is, Josh. What are they playing in? I know that Italy's soccer team was super disappointing. They didn't even qualify for the World Cup in 2018, I think it was, right? But I think they're doing better this year. Suckers haven't been here in a while. No, what's going on, Julius Randall? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Hope you're enjoying the off season. I'm doing good, man. Appreciate that, Ion, man. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, body. It seems like they check every pitcher. It's like a new thing. Like they check it. Like these pitchers, you think they're stupid at this point? You think they're actually going to do it? They're checking them every friggin' game. Tremont, if this offense doesn't get going, which I still think it will, but if this offense doesn't get going, yeah, it's gonna be tough if we even make the playoffs to advance. Definitely got to get more out of this offense. That's for sure. So here we go to the bottom of the fourth. Tie game, 1 apiece. And there's a fastball, breaks over the middle of the plate there to Dom, 0-1. Somebody just said, Motion said, imagine if the Mets re-signed Wheeler. Yeah, we'll get to that in 1 second. Here's the 0-1. And there's a slider looped in the air, foul, 0-2. Here's what I'll say. 1, if Cohen was the owner, Wheeler would still be a Met. Would never let Wheeler go. if Cohen was still the owner, because we didn't have an owner willing to spend. But by the same token, if we're going to be fair, here's the 0-2. Nice pitch there. The slider on the outside corner. Take it for a strike. 3 pitches, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Dom goes back to the dugout. If we're going to be fair here, if we would have still had Wheeler, we wouldn't have signed Walker. And if you want to say that we would have signed Walker, we certainly, if we still had Wheeler, we more than likely would not have traded. Why is the name escaping me right now? As McCann's coming up, Stroman. We wouldn't have traded for Marcus Stroman had we still had Wheeler on the team. But what I will say is, yes, we absolutely would still have Wheeler on this team had we had this owner we have now. They let him walk because they didn't want to pay him. And here's McCann from the right side. Eflin looks in for the sign. Here's the windup and the pitch. And the fastball on the outside corner, 0-1. When are you going to post gaming videos? I really want to watch you rebuild New York. I don't even have a new PlayStation. I've never been big into that. People have asked me that in the past. Maybe eventually I'll start doing stuff like that, but maybe in the future, but not right now. So it'll be an 0-2 here as McCann fouls it off down the third base line. What's going on there, Brownie? Mahomes or Eli? That's Mahomes, man. I love Eli, but Mahomes. What's up, Jameson? It'll be an 0-2 here from Eflin. And that's a slow roller to second. McCann will hustle it out. 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th. Mets offense still stagnant here. They had a decent inning in the 3rd, but we're only able to plate 1. You don't like that pitcher? What pitcher don't you like, Tremont? You don't like Wheeler? Or Walker? Walker's been great for the Mets. Walker, you can make an argument that Walker has been the best signing in baseball this year. The Mets signed him to a 2-year deal, and here's the pitch to Peraza. He had the RBI his first time up. He takes a fastball down the middle for a strike, 0-1. The Mets ended up paying Walker like $10 million a year for 2 years. There's a fastball in the outside corner, 0-2. And he's produced like an ace this year, so he was a great signing. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Peraza, and the fastball misses outside, 1-2. Oh, you don't like Eflin? Here's the 1-2. And the curveball fouled off down the first base line. 1-2. We'll do it again. The Braves are losing 3-0 right now against the Reds. Well, I'm not upset about that. You know I'm a Met fan, my man. Anyway, the Mets could cushion their lead. Be nice to get a 6-game advantage on the Bravos. Here's the 1-2. And Peraza chases a fastball out of the zone. It's a looping. First baseman's there. He'll bring it in. Hoskins got it. So 3 up, 3 down here in the top, as we go to the top of the 5th. 1-1. Bob, I'm with you, man. You could definitely make that argument that Walker was the best deal in baseball. And, I mean, as a Mets fan outside of so far Lindor, which obviously has not lived up to it, the Mets have had a fantastic offseason. Everybody wanted Bauer, right? Like, that was the guy that everybody said the Mets needed to get. Trevor Bauer signed an absurd contract. And, yes, I recognize there's not a salary cap in baseball, but obviously there's a penalty if you go over the certain number. But he signed like a $45 million a year deal. We got Walker for $10 million a year. And Walker's been pitching just as well, if not better. The Walker deal was insane. The Mets got that was a steal. That was a steal. What's going on there, Christian F, man? Thanks for popping in, buddy. Mahomes or Rodgers? I mean, I think all time you still got to go with Rodgers, but Mahomes definitely could pass him. I mean, but Rodgers is a 3-time MVP, right? But Mahomes could obviously pass him. It's actually insane that deGrom has 2 losses this year with that ERA. Yeah, well, listen, man. deGrom in 18, guys, or 19? The year that he had that insane year when he won the Cy Young. Well, he's won 2. Where I think he pitched to like a 180 ERA. High 1.7s, low 1.8s. The guy had a 500 record. I think he finished a game over 500 because the Mets never hit when he pitches. But yeah, he should be undefeated. I'm so glad that turned out to be a blessing in disguise that the Mets didn't end up with Trevor Bauer. I honestly don't think that Trevor Bauer would have been a great. I mean, I want to know. I'll be the first to say it as a Mets fan. You're excited. You get the new owner. You hear all these rumors that the Mets want to go out there and they bring in all these new pieces. So I'll be the first to say I would have been happy if we got Bauer. But in hindsight, I don't know how well Bauer would have dealt with New York. I really don't. And Bauer obviously worked. I mean, obviously Walker worked out. So it worked out in the end. And Yank the Wolf, man, thank you very much, man. Do you think the Mets could do well as an American League team in the AL East? I could see them ahead of the O's, but got to deal with the I'm going to say yes, and I'll get into that in a second. Here's the first pitch, and the slider on the inside corner, take it for a strike. The Mets pitching, man. The Mets pitching is top-notch. And when you have the pitching that the Mets have, I think you could compete. I think they'd be able to compete in any division. Right now, here's the 0-1. And the slider swung on and fouled off down the first base line. Obviously, the bats need to start to wake up. But the other thing I'll say is, we'd be able to have a DH. The lineup's been banged up. It's been underwhelming. But I think the Mets would be fine in the NL East. I think they'd be right in the thick of it. Obviously, they're benefiting from playing in the NL East, which many people felt was going to be the best division in baseball. Top to bottom, it's been the exact opposite. But I think the Mets have a good team. It's just the bats need to start to wake up. And a slider swung on and missed. 1 up, 1 down here in the top of the 5th. Nice pitch there by deGrom. But the Mets pitching is as good as anybody's. I mean, it's been that good. What's going on, Diehard, man? Glad to see you here, buddy. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're enjoying your summer. Yeah, man, we're going to – listen, Diehard, man, I just don't want to force content, And I'm going to be doing some Met streams here and there. And obviously the Giant stuff is going to really start to pick up in, like, mid-July. So I'll be doing, live streams every week in mid-July. And there's a fastball drilled in the air to left field. And Lindor's underneath it. He'll bring it in. 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the 5th. deGrom's starting to get it done. We need bats at the trading deadline. I think they'll add a bat. I think we'll see what the starting rotation looks like. I still think we're going to add another arm. But I will say the back of our rotation is starting to pitch better, right? So maybe not. Here's the first pitch by deGrom, and there's a fastball in there for a strike. Like Lucchese's starting to pitch much better, and Peterson's starting to pitch better. So maybe they will not add a start. We'll see. Here's the 0-1. And there's a slider. Hit the short. Lindor's got it. He'll field it. He'll throw over to first. 3 up, 3 down as we head to the bottom of the 5th. We're all tied up at 1 apiece. Somebody asked a question. Do you think you guys could get Story? Why would we? Well, Story's a shortstop. Well, I guess he'd play third. He's a shortstop. He's a free agent next year also, right? Isn't he? So I don't think that'll happen. Obviously, you heard rumors with Chris Bryant, but the Cubs have been, unexpectedly good this year. We'll see if they can maintain that. But if they're good, I don't think the Cubs will be looking to trade Bryant. I don't know. I don't know who it'll be. Chapman's a name, obviously, people have thrown about with the Oakland A's. Great all-around third baseman, great glove. I don't know, but I do think the Mets will be aggressive. Because, I mean, if you look at the Mets right now, if you're Cohen, you look at this team right now and you say to yourself, that pitching wins once you get to the postseason. You say to yourself, nobody's got better pitching than we do. If we can stay healthy and we're still going to get Carrasco back, our bullpen's been really good. I'm going to do whatever I got to do to make this team a true World Series contender. So I do think the Mets will be aggressive. I do think the Mets will add what they feel like they need to add at the deadline. And I think ultimately it may very well be a bat. I don't know who it'll be, but I think they will add a bat. Tana, this NBA draft will be crazy. I can't wait, Christian. I can't wait. I think the Knicks are going to trade up. By the way, I was talking to Sim. I was talking to Sim. Oh, I didn't know Lucchese. I didn't know Lucchese got hurt. He got hurt? I watched his last start. I didn't know he got hurt. Oh, I didn't know that, Buck. So I missed that then. I did not know that. So that's my mistake. Well, then they're definitely adding an arm as well. Carrasco, we don't know when he's going to be coming back. I think they're going to add an arm as well. The Mets will be active at the trade deadline. But for the NBA draft, I'm actually going to go to Atlantic City. Sim from Nothing But Knicks is doing something. So I'm going to be there for that. So it'll be a lot of fun. I think I'll probably go live on my channel as well. But yeah, I'm going to be in Atlantic City for some kind of gathering that he's getting together. So it should be a lot of fun. Love his community. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, I'm going to be in Atlantic City for the night of the NBA draft, which I think is July 29th. But yeah, I think the Knicks are going to end up either trading those picks for a player, like an established player, or trading up to get a top 10 pick in this year's draft. As deGrom will lead it off here in the bottom of the fifth, 1-1. What's going on there, my holy king? If the Mets make the playoffs, will you do the Mets streams in October? Yeah, oh yeah, stream on 100%. If the Mets make the playoffs, I'm doing the Mets games. I mean, obviously, if the Giants are playing at the same time, I'm going to do the Giants game, but I don't think that'll happen. But yes, I'm absolutely doing Mets games if they make the playoffs, 1,000%. I would not miss that for the world. deGrom leading off here in the bottom of the fifth. We're all tied up at 1 apiece. And I'll probably go. I will be going to some Met playoff games if they make the playoffs. Elmore will be leading off here in the bottom of the fifth. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Here's the pitch. And a fastball swung on and fouled off down the third base line. Hi, Yankees have been meh, so I came here. Well, I appreciate you for being here, Yankees. Yeah, I stream preseason every year, Giants preseason. Yes, I think the Mets are capable of beating anybody. I'm not saying they should be favorites. Here's the 0-1. And the slider on the outside corner, 0-2. But if you're asking capability, when you have the pitching the Mets have, come postseason baseball, pitching wins, man. I do think the Mets could beat the Dodgers. And there's a fastball swung on and missed. As a matter of fact, 1 up, 1 down here in the bottom of the fifth, I think I can make an argument that the team that the Dodgers should least want to face in the playoffs is probably the Mets because of their pitching. So 1 up, 1 down. deGrom going to come up here from the left side. Elmore sucks. Here's the pitch from Eflin to Jake. And that's line back up the middle. deGrom with a base hit. And he gets the batting average back up over 400. He was batting 407 coming into today. And he's now 1 for 2. So his average is probably like 420, 425, whatever it may be. This guy, MVP. MVP. He might win the silver. Well, he's going to win the Silver Slugger for a pitcher. He's batting 420. Unbelievable. This guy's on another planet. As deGrom, he's our best hitter. He should play every day. And Guillermo now at the plate. He's 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts. He's batting 236. 414 average. So there you go. 414 average. deGrom will lead from first. Eflin comes to the set. Here's the pitch. And a curveball in there for a strike, 0-1. In-person baseball is awesome, cultural experience, but I can't get into baseball on TV unless it's the Cardinals. You're a Cardinals fan? deGrom will lead from first here. Eflin from the stretch. Here's the pitch. And the fastball misses inside, 1-1. deGrom has more RBIs than earned runs. That's true. That's insane. He's got 6, right? 5 earned runs and 6. Yeah. I know that he gave up. I think he's got 6 RBIs. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, considering the amount of at bats the guy probably has, not too many because he's a pitcher. Here's the 1-1 to Guillermo. Eflin from the stretch. And a fastball swung on and fouled off the backstop. And Pistol Pete, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. What's going on, the Carolina guy? He says deGrom is fire. He's Pistol Pete. Somebody asked me the other time, I think the last time I did a Met stream, somebody asked me, name the top 7 Met pitchers of all time. And I've been asked that question throughout my life. So I didn't even think about deGrom at the top of that list because here's the 1-2 to Guillermo. And a fastball hit in the air to right field, jammed him just a bit. It's going to hang up for Harper. 2 out here in the bottom of the fifth. so I said the usuals, right? I said obviously Tom Seaver, I said Kuzman, I said Gooden, and then I was like, wait a second, no, 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 no. deGrom's number 2. deGrom's the second best pitcher in this franchise's history, and that's only because Seaver's one of the top 5 pitchers of all time, and deGrom might pass him if he could stay healthy. He's been that good. He's had a Sandy Koufax-like run. Koufax had a 5-year stretch in his career where it was the greatest 5-year stretch in the history of baseball, and deGrom's challenging that. That's how good he's been. Lindor coming up here from the left side. 2 outs, runner on first here in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the pitch to Lindor, and that's looped to short. And that'll do it. We'll go to the top of the 6th. We're all tied up at 1 apiece. I don't count Nolan Ryan on that list. I mean, obviously, Nolan Ryan was an incredible pitcher throughout his career, but the majority of his career was not as a Met. So obviously the Astros, the Rangers. So I don't really, I put deGrom above Nolan Ryan because Nolan Ryan wasn't at his best while he was with the Mets. He obviously originally came up with the Mets, but I would put deGrom above him. But obviously Nolan Ryan, yes, did come up as a Met. What's going on there, Taco Man? Thanks for popping in, buddy. John, no, I mean, again, it's kind of like Nolan Ryan. Like Pedro was an old, same thing with Yohan. Well, Santana's was here a little bit longer than Pedro and kind of at the top of his game a little bit longer than Pedro as well. He was here, even though Pedro was great in 2005. People forget that his first year with the Mets, Pedro was very good. But no, I mean, Pedro, obviously his best days were with the Expos and the Red Sox. So no, I wouldn't put him on that list. I would put, I'd put Al Leiter on that list in terms, he's probably top 5 or top 6. Al Leiter's probably, the second best Met pitcher in terms of overall since I've been watching the team. Obviously, Santana was a better pitcher, but Leiter did it for a bit longer. But I put Leiter on the all-time top 5 or 6 pitchers in Met history. But I just feel like Pedro was only really good with the Mets for about a year and a half because of injuries. Same thing with Glavine. He was a great pitcher, but not necessarily with the Mets. Well, Santana obviously threw the no-hitter, and Santana was great. I love Santana. Loved him. Obviously, again, his best days were with the Twins, but he was still great with the Mets. John Franco, John Franco was the captain. I'm thinking more starting pitchers, but yeah, John Franco obviously was with the Mets for a while. I think he started with the Reds, right? But he was with the Mets for a while. He was the captain before, right? I'm sure, yeah, you got to put him somewhere on that list. So here we go to the top of the 6th, all tied up at 1 apiece. deGrom's still only 65 pitches. So deGrom might be able to go 8. We'll see. We'll see if we get a quick inning here. As Herrera's going to lead off here for the Phillies. deGrom looks in for the sign. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that misses outside with the changeup. 1-0. What's going on, Giants Girl in Florida? Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Be doing a lot more Giant stuff soon. Just kind of waiting until we have stuff to talk about. But glad to see you. Hope you're doing well. Here's the pitch to Herrera. And the curveball hit in the air. And that is down the first base line. That's going to go all the way to the wall. And the Phillies are going to have a leadoff double here as Conforto brings it in. So, once again, deGrom's going to have to get out of a jam. First time wasn't his fault, obviously, with the error to Lindor when Harper got on. But now Herrera lines a double to start the inning. Jake was in the same spot last time after Harper stole second base. Runner on second, nobody out. We'll see if he can get out of it again. But the Phillies threatening once again on deGrom here in the 6th. So Jake's obviously been great today, but I wouldn't say he's had A-plus stuff today. Even some of the outs have been pretty well struck. Here's the pitch by deGrom, and the fastball misses out upstairs, 1-0. Hoskins at the plate. He's 0 for 2. He's lined out and struck out. 231, 16 homers, 43 RBIs on the year. deGrom, Chris, if deGrom ever left the Mets, would you still root for? Yeah. unless he was obviously with one of the rivals. I wouldn't root for him if he was a Philly. And here's deGrom from the stretch. It'll be a 1-0 here in the top of the 6th. Here's the pitch. And another fastball misses way upstairs, 2-0. deGrom's struggling a bit here. Definitely probably his worst start of the year. And obviously he's still good, but hasn't had, the deGrom stuff we've been accustomed to this year. But we'll see if he can battle out of it. Here's the 2-0 to Hoskins. Looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch. And Hoskins chases a slider way out of the zone there. 2-1. Wow. That slider is insane, man. That was a foot outside, and it looked like a strike about 5 feet from the plate. Here's the 2-1 from Jake. He'll check the runner back to second. Here's the pitch. And another slider. This time he checks the swing. 3-1. Looks like Jake has no interest in pitching here to Hoskins. It looks like he's trying to get him to chase the balls out of the zone. Sets up the double play if you walk him. He's pitching very carefully here. It'll be a 3-1 to Hoskins. And a fastball outside. deGrom walks him on 5 pitches. I think that was like kind of an intentional walk. But maybe not. Maybe No, what am I saying? Harper's up next. Definitely not the case. Definitely not the case. I was not aware of that. So Jake just losing control right now. So first and second, nobody out. And Bryce Harper coming up here for the Phillies. And it looks like they're having a meeting at the mound here, making sure deGrom's all right. He was way off on that last pitch. So now it's getting dangerous here. Harper at the plate. First and second. Nobody out. No outs. I would say the Rocky start was probably the worst. Yeah. I mean, this might end up being the worst. Hopefully not. First and second here. Nobody out here in the top of the 6th. deGrom from the stretch. Here's the pitch to Harper. Harper squares to bunt, and it hit him. Did they say you offered at it? It bounced first, and then it hit Harper. So that's going to be a hit by pitch. deGrom, the Mets are arguing that he offered at it. But the umpire says no. So now the Phillies are going to have the bases loaded here in the top of the 6th with nobody out. Nah, he pulled back. Oh, deGrom has no control right now. It hit Harper on the left calf. And we're going to get a mound visit here. What's going on there, Elvis, man? Thanks for popping in, buddy. Judge will get the Giants ready to go. I love Joe Judge. What would you do if your future wife is a Phillies fan? I mean, just wouldn't watch sports with her. Lindor's hair looks ridiculous. His hair looked more ridiculous like a month ago. He looked like the Joker. He had green hair, wasn't it, like a month ago? And Aaron Luke warming up here for the Mets in the bullpen. And this is the ultimate jam here. Bases loaded. Nobody out for deGrom. And he looks like he's lost all sense of control here, these last 2 batters. We'll see if Jake could maneuver out of this one with Real Muto at the plate. He's 0 for 2 with 2 ground outs. It'll be interesting to see how the Mets play the infield. I would guess the corners will be in. Maybe play short and second back for the double play. And that's what it looks like it's going to be. Alonso in on the grass at first. And they're playing the second and short back. And a slider way out of the zone. 1-0 here. Not good. Not good. You have to wonder. He's been having problems lately. You have to wonder here if it's starting to flare up. Here's the 1-0 by Jake. And there's a slider in there for a strike, 1-1. Good pitch there on the outside corner. This will be the 76th pitch here for Jake. What's up there, Bambino, man? Thanks for popping in, buddy. And a slider swung on a miss, 1-2. Need a strikeout here. Come on, deGrom. Come on. Nice pitch there. They're on their feet here at Citi Field. They know they need a strikeout. Give me a strikeout and a double play. Come on, Jake. Here's the 1-2 to Real Muto. deGrom comes to the belt. Here's the pitch. Slider hit in the air. Shallow. Center field. Almore. We'll see if they test his arm. And they're not gonna. So 1 out. Didn't get it deep enough. 1 out for Jake. Come on. Come on, Jake. Need a double play. Come on. What's up there, New Jersey UFOs? McCutcheon coming up. He's 1 for 2 with a single, a stolen base, and a run scored. What's going on there, Highlight Man? Glad to see you, everybody. What's up, John? Missed you too, buddy. I just took like a 2-week vacation, man. That's all. 1 out, bases loaded. Jake looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch, and a first pitch swinging fastball. That'll reach the seats. 100 miles an hour on the gun. 0-1. All right, looks like Jake's got the control back. Goes with the heater there to McCutcheon. Come on, Jake. Battle, baby. Here's the 0-1. And a fastball misses outside. 1-0-1 on the radar gun there. 1-1. Wow. Still throwing 101. 79 pitches in. Runners lead from all 3 bases. Jake comes to the set. Here's the pitch to McCutcheon. And a slider, that's hit to center. Almore's going to field it, and this time they're going to test him. The throw comes to the plate, and he's safe. So the Phillies will get a run out of it. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Good hitting there by McCutcheon. Hit it well. I thought it was going to be closer, to be honest with you, because Almore caught that not too deep. I thought that'd be a closer play at the plate, but it was not. Herrera's obviously very fast. So first and second here, 2-1 Phillies lead here in the top of the 6th. Yeah, that's an earned run, Mike. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses outside, 1-0. Williams at the plate, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. He's batting .308, 1 homer, 4 RBIs. Yeah, this is the first game all year he's allowed more than 1 earned run, I think. Here's the 1-0 by deGrom. And a slider on the outside corner, 1-1. Nice pitch there by deGrom. By the way, it's second and third. Scoreboard originally showed first and second. Or maybe there was a double steal. I don't know. But it's second and third. Jake looks in for the sign here. 2 outs. And the slider in there for a strike. Nice pitch there. 1-2. This will be the 84th pitch for Jake, and you have to probably think it's his last inning based on the fact that he struggled here. But we'll see if he can get through it. Here's the 1-2 to Williams. And a high fastball swung on and fouled off. That'll reach the seats. Oh, they advanced on the throw home. Okay, Josh. I missed that. Right, because it got by him. And here's the 1-2. Slider. Williams does a good job laying off there. 2-2 and another mound visit. Jake's looking at his hand. This has been like a ongoing problem with deGrom, man. He's had this finger problem or whatever it's been his last 3 or 4 starts. And I think that's what's acted up here in the 6th inning. It seems like it right around the 4th, 5th, 6th inning now, he seems to have issues. It'll be a 2-2 here by deGrom. And the slider swung on and fouled off. Went off McCann there. We'll do it again. 2-2. Luckily, deGrom ERA is an equivalent to his high school GPA. Otherwise, I'd be worried. Yeah, it happens every start, man. He's been having this issue for a while. I don't think it's anything serious, but it's been annoying. And he hasn't been able to pitch deep into games because of it. It'll be a 2-2 here by Jake. Here's the pitch to Williams. And a slider way out of the zone there. 3-2. He's got no control of that slider right now. He's got to get out here. He's got to get this out. Here's the payoff pitch. And the slider back up the middle. deGrom fields it. He'll flip to first, and he gets out of it. Did give up a run, but a good job there by deGrom. He had the bases loaded, nobody out. Was able to get out of it, only giving up 1. Keeps the Mets in it. It's 2-1. As you got to figure that's probably deGrom's last batter, as they give him a standing O there at Citi Field, and hopefully he's all right. Good job there to get out of it, though. Let's go to the bottom of the 6th. Two bums got an RBI off the GOAT. Yeah, I mean, well, you saw it today pretty much from like the 2nd inning on. He's still obviously very good, but it wasn't vintage deGrom today. He didn't have command of his pitches quite as well as he normally does. And it obviously got progressively worse as the game went along. But that's what good pitchers do. When they don't have their best stuff, they still give you a good effort. That's what he did. He only gave up 2 runs in 6 innings. What if the Cardinals were still in the NFC East? What if they were? I wouldn't be too worried about them. Much like last year, I wasn't, everybody was goo-goo gaga over the Arizona Cardinals. I wasn't. And I'm probably going to be the same way this year. They don't impress me. I mean, I think they're decent, but they don't scare me. I know they kicked our ass last year. Do you think it might have been after he got his hit? I remember that that's what they said last time, Carson. They were kind of speculating last time that deGrom hurt himself. With the game I was actually at. I was at that game where he only threw 3 innings. That it was in the at-bat, not the pitch itself. I suppose it's possible. Yeah, only allowed 1 run. It could have been much worse, but bases loaded, nobody out, and they had 4, 5, 6 at the plate. I appreciate you for being here, Rito. I'll be doing a lot more of them as football season gets fast approaching. I always love doing the streams with you guys. It's always a lot of fun. Just kind of the slow time right now, so kind of enjoying my summer a little bit. Conforto coming up here for the Mets. It'll be 3-4-5. We'll see if the Mets could respond here in the bottom of the 6th. Mets trail by a run. as Jankowski comes in here for the Phillies. He'll be playing right field. He was the guy that they used as a pinch runner in the game yesterday. I think in extra innings, if I'm not mistaken. And deGrom's still in the dugout. He's got his head down. Here's the pitch to Conforto. And first pitch swinging there at the heater. Swung on and missed. Conforto's 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch. He's batting .232 homers, 13 RBIs. Of course, just came back recently from the injury. Like to see him start to get it going. Here's the 0-1 from Eflin. And the changeup misses outside. Good job there by Conforto to lay off 1-1. Oh, I can't wait for football, man. You know that. Here's the 1-1 to Conforto. And a good job again. Lays off the heater inside, 2-1. What's Eflin's pitch count at? Eflin's only at 65 pitches, so he still could go here. It'll be a 2-1 here to Conforto. And the windup and the pitch. Oh, changeup swung on and missed. He had a pitch to hit there, but Conforto was looking fastball. 2-2. Got him out in front. Alonso on deck here for the Mets. He's 0 for 2 today. What's going on there, Uzi, man? Thanks for popping in. Here's the 2-2. And the fastball misses inside. 3-2. Tried to get the two-seamer to break back over the plate. Didn't quite get it. Full count. Good job by Conforto laying off that heater. And it looks like the Phillies are going to come back here with a curveball. It'll be a 3-2. And there's the curve. That misses downstairs. Great job there by Conforto. Really good at bat. Laid off a couple of tough pitches there. So Conforto shows a good eye at the plate, looking like Nimmo up there. So Mets get a leadoff base runner here in the bottom of the 6th. We'll see if we can start to get something going. Pete Alonso coming to the plate. 0 for 2 with a fielder's choice and a ground out. He's got 11 home runs this year, batting .255. Come on, Pete. Come on, baby. And it looks like Jake's talking to the pitching coach. Conforto lead from first. Eflin comes to the set. Here's the pitch. And Pete fouls the first pitch off his left foot. 0-1. Yeah, Pete's due for a blast, man. I feel like that. Body knowledge. Every time Pete comes up, I feel like he's due for a blast. But I'm with you, man. He's due for a bomb. He, of course, had the great series against the Orioles. I think he had 3 home runs in 2 games. But outside of that, I feel like he's due to go on a streak. It'll be an 0-1 here to Alonso. Runner on first, nobody out. Here's the pitch, and he lays off the fastball. Good eye there by Pete, 1-1. Good job here by these Mets hitters so far in the inning. They've been patient at the plate, not swinging at balls. What would it take to trade for Trout? Probably your entire team. I mean, Trout's a once-in-a-generation. Once in like a 4-time generation type player. Here's the 1-1 to Alonso. Come on, Pete. Oh, he swings through the fastball there by Eflin. Nice pitch there. A good sinking motion to it. 1-2. Look around the out-of-town scoreboard. The Braves trail 3-0, which is good. Miami beating Washington, which I guess is good as well. 3-2 in the 7th. Yeah, deGrom's done now, though, Rafael. I think he just finished the game. He's at like 85 pitches, and he struggled last inning. But, yeah, he did start. Here's the 1-2 to Pete. And that misses downstairs. 2-2. How do I feel about the Jets this season? I think the Jets, I get asked this question a lot, probably because a lot of Jets fans are Mets fans. I think the Jets actually had a great offseason, and I think they're actually building the team very good for the first time in a while, but I don't think they'll be good next year. But that's not a bad thing. I think you guys are in the rebuilding process. You got a rookie quarterback, but I do think they're definitely trending in the right direction. I think the Jets had a really good offseason. It'll be a 2-2 here to Alonso. Runner on first, nobody out. And Pete fouls it off down the third base line. We'll do it again. Glad to see you, Word, man. What's going on, buddy? And I do like your quarterback a lot. I was a big fan of Zach Wilson. When I got an opportunity to really watch him. I think he's gonna be really good for you guys if you build the team properly, and I think you are. I think you guys are doing a good job building the offensive line. I think you've gotten them some decent weapons. You're not quite there yet, but I think the Jets are going down the right path. It'll be a 2-2 here to Alonso. Good for the leads from first. Eflin from the stretch, and jams Pete there with the changeup. Foul ball. 2-2. Glad to see you here, Word, man. Hope you're doing well, buddy. The other thing I'll say about the Jets, too, Uzi, is the AFC East is really good this year. I like New England spent like lunatics in free agency, so they don't normally do that. We'll see how that results for them. The Bills obviously are really good, and Miami's still pretty good. So I also think the Jets playing a tough division. Here's the 2-2 to Alonso from Eflin. And Pete hits it in the air to center, giving chase, and it's just going to be warning track power. It falls about 5 feet short of the wall. Pete just missed getting into one there. One out here in the bottom of the sixth. Gave it a ride, but not quite far enough. Just missed it. Yeah, no, I took a couple of weeks off for it, man. I just, during the dead time, I took a couple of weeks off. I just wanted to relax and get ready, man. Get ready for a lot of Giants content and do some more Mets streams as well leading up to it. But this is kind of the one time during the year where you can take a little bit of a break. Here's the pitch to Dom, and Dom got under it, man. Fastball, first pitch, swinging again. This one's going to just miss getting to the warning track. Herrera underneath it. He'll throw back in. 2 down here in the bottom of the sixth. First ball swinging there by Dom. Come on, guys. You took a month off also? Yeah, man. It's right now there's not much to talk about, man. Nick. I'm glad Nick's the man, dude. Glad to see you here, buddy. And Newton or Mac? Yeah, Mac Jones, they obviously drafted. My guess is Newton will probably be the starter to open the year, but they could easily transition to Mac Jones. And here's McCann. McCann 1 for 2 with a single. He's batting .242. Always grabs the crotch. As a matter of fact, this time he grabbed it twice. McCann loves to grab the crotch every pitch. Here's the pitch to McCann, and the slider misses downstairs. 1-0. Yeah, the Mets hitting they have not hit. You're right, Lloyd. The Mets hitting actually was starting to get going there for about 2 or 3 weeks, and now it's gotten back to the way it was. Oh, Walker's been phenomenal. Glad to see you here. What's going on, buddy? But yeah, Walker's been phenomenal. But glad to see Sir Cardinal here. What's up, my man? He's been one of the best pitchers in baseball this year. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And McCann swung on and fouled off the backstop, 1-1. I'm in the ice bath right now. Jay Bromley's training works me good. All right, glad. Oh, Jay Bromley's training you, Nick? That's awesome, man. No, I know he's adjusting his cup, Kerm. He's a catcher. I just like to mess about and talk. It's a joke. But he always grabs it every pitch. Yeah, VR's been really good for the Mets this year. Unexpectedly, he's been really good. Here's the 1-1. And McCann swings through it. 1-2. Oh, we got to get these bats going, guys. It's frustrating, man. But it's a long season. It'll be a 1-2 here. McCann from the stretch. Here's the pitch. And a slow roll to third. And that's going to get by the first baseman. Are they going to send Conforto? Oh, they almost did. It'll be second and third. McKenna, a slow roller to third base. And he had to rush the throw. It was wide of the bag. It got by him, and the Mets will have second and third. I thought they might have sent Conforto there. It really got away from Hoskins. Just a horrible throw. Oh, man. See, if Conforto's hustling the whole way there, they might have got a run. Conforto kind of let up there like 10 feet shy of second base. And again, I didn't get to see a vantage point of how far the ball ricocheted. Here's the pitch to Peraza, and the fastball misses outside 1-0. So second and third, 2 outs here in the bottom of the sixth. Peraza's 1 for 2 with an RBI double. He's batting .206, 5 homers, 15 RBIs. Looks like McNeil's getting ready to bat. Pinch hit probably in case deGrom comes up in the order this inning. deGrom, he pitched 6 innings today. It looked like, and there's a slow roll to third, fielded cleanly. He'll flip to first, and that'll do it. We'll go to the top of the 7th. The Mets leave 2-1 Phillies. deGrom looked like he was starting to he's had a lingering injury here that's been bothering him these last couple of starts, and it looked like it started to flare up a bit in the 6th inning. He gave up a run, and he really struggled to get through the inning. So he pitched 6, but kind of struggled there in the 6th inning. So he's out. And German brother, man, thank you so much, man. What's going on, buddy? What's up, my man? Sorry, no, it's been a while for me too. I've been live on YouTube for about 2 weeks. I took a little vacation, so I'm glad to see you here, buddy. So what's up, my man? Sorry, it's been a while. I had to settle things with work and everything, but I saw my man is streaming, so I had to pop in. Hope you're good. Glad to see you here, buddy. And yeah, man, I can't wait, man. Looking forward to hopefully getting you back on the channel again soon. Definitely be doing some video call-ins with you guys as well, and doing a member stream in, I don't know, about 2 or 3 weeks. I just want to take some time away from YouTube and get to enjoy the summer a little bit, as there was like a dead time. But glad to see you here, German brother, man. How you doing, my man? Stanton would be cheaper than Trout. Oh, Stanton doesn't cost much at all. His Stanton's almost a deterrent for teams because of his contract. It's why the Yankees didn't have to give up a ton to get him. I never understood that contract that the Miami signed him to. Now, of course, Miami is notorious for signing guys to long contracts and kind of backloading them, knowing that they're probably going to try to ship them away eventually because they never want to pay their players. They did the same thing with Jose Reyes, if you remember, after they signed him from the Mets. I think it was like a 7-year contract, and they backloaded it, and they ended up quickly getting rid of him. But that was a horrible contract with his injury history. And I know that he had a great year there with Miami. I think he hit like 50-something home runs. But if you look at Stanton's career leading up into that great year that he had, the guy had never played a full season in his career. He's always been known to be an injury-plagued player. And then they signed him to a 10-year deal. So, yeah, Stanton, I don't think he carries a ton of value because his contract is so bad. That's why the Yankees were able to get him for what they did. He's great. Don't get me wrong. He's a really good player. It's just his contract. DH is coming. Yeah, no, I know it is. So the Mets got the Phillies again on tomorrow, 1 o'clock. It'll be a day game. I'll probably do that game. And then they got the Braves for a 4-game set before the Yankees, which you know I'm going to do. I'll be doing all 3 games of the Mets-Yankees series. I always do that. So we got the Subway Series coming up. We got them for 6 games this year. Looking forward to that. Aaron Loup on the mound here for the Mets. 26 games, got a 1.59 ERA, 22 innings, 19 hits, 3 walks, 28 strikeouts. Joseph Balby, what's going on, my man? Glad to see you, buddy. Yeah, I just don't see the Mets trading for him. Here's the pitch by Loup, and the fastball misses inside. I think next year your DH is probably going to be Pete. If Dom's still on the team, or maybe Dom, maybe they alternate. But I think the Mets have a DH on this roster. Maybe they try to get a better outfielder. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and there's a fastball in there for a strike. 1-1. Nice pitch there by Loop. What's going on there, Pete? Man, glad to see you, buddy. Damn, I'm going to call this team the Toronto Mets. Marcus Stroman, man. Marcus Stroman. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And Loop with the... Wow. Wow. This umpire is horrible. This umpire is blind. I'll take it, though. The slider was about 6 feet low. Calls it a strike. 1-2 here. Loop from the stretch. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the pitch. And a fastball swung on and missed. 1 up, 1 down here in the top of the 7th. Nice pitch there by Loop. Yeah, Loop was a J as well. Yeah. The Braves are losing 3-0 against the Reds. Oh, okay. You're talking a word in the chat. And here's Ronald Torreyes at the plate. He's 0 for 2 with a fielder's choice and a pop out. He's batting .247. 2 homers on the year here for the Phillies. It'll be a lefty-righty matchup, rather. Here's the pitch by Loop. And it looked like he was looking to square to bunt there. He takes a fastball over the middle, 0-1. So we'll see if the infield plays in here now to guard against the bunt. Here's the 0-1 from Loop. And that's hit on the ground to short. That's going to get through. That freaking shift, man. I swear, man. And I know, like, they got a leadoff single here. I know, like they say, the shift is percentage-wise, it's better to play that way analytically. But I feel like if you're playing your regular position here, that's an out. Like if I don't know, man. I feel like they give up a lot of hits too when they play the shift. And here's Eplin, the pitcher. He's coming up. Runner on first, 1 out. Guillermo playing on the grass, obviously expecting a bunt here. And Luke comes to the plate. Fastball misses the bunt there. Strike 1. Yeah, I can't wait for football season, Gary, man. Glad to see you, buddy. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And there's a slider as looked like he offered at it. They called a strike, 0-2. I was at home watching oh, okay. There's Girardi, the former Yankees manager. I always wanted the Mets to get Girardi. Here's the 0-2. And a bunt with 2 strikes, and he does get it down, so he'll advance the runner. 2 outs, runner on second here in the top of the 7th for Loop. See if he can get out of it. But I know, like, if I'm not mistaken, when the Yankees got rid of Girardi, which I think was a mistake, maybe some Yankee fans disagree with me and they like Boone, I don't know. But when the Yankees got rid of Girardi, I think the Mets, if I'm not mistaken, named Beltran the manager before they knew Girardi was going to be available, but maybe I'm wrong on that. But I always liked Girardi. I always thought Girardi was a really good manager. Even his days with the Marlins. Obviously, he didn't get along with upper management. So 2 outs, runner on second here. Herrera at the plate, top of the order. Here's the pitch from Loop. And the slider swung on and missed. Dakota says, Mets choke in the playoffs like New York people do. I'm assuming you're a Philly fan. You act like Philadelphia has a great sports reputation. How many Super Bowls do the Eagles have? I'll wait. 2 outs, runner on second here. It'll be an 0-1 from Loop. And the slider misses outside, 1-1. Oh, J-Dog. Oh, you're a Rays fan? Well, you guys haven't won anything. I mean, wait, so you're a Rays fan? Who else do you root for? Tampa Bay Bucks? Here's the 1-1 from Lou. And there's a slider down the third base line, fielded there by Guillermo. He'll flip over to first, and that'll do it. So the Mets get out of it. Good job there by Guillermo, because again, the Mets had the infield shift on. But Guillermo was able to get over to third base to make the play. But we're going to go to the bottom of the 7th. Mets trail by a run. We got to get the bats going, man. Dolphins and Lightning. Well, you're looking good there with your hockey team. And I like your Dolphins. I think the Dolphins are going to be pretty good this year. But one thing I will say, and this isn't because you're in here, I honestly believe this. I'm probably going to make a video on this maybe in like 2 or 3 weeks. So I'm going to do some broad NFL content as well. The Dolphins, to me, are one of the 2 or 3 most likely teams this year, in my opinion, that could do much worse than people think. I'm not saying they will, but I would not be shocked at all if the Dolphins completely win 5 or 6 games this year. I'm not saying I'm predicting that, but I'm not sold on 2 at all. And I think your division got a lot better. We'll see, though. We'll see. But obviously the Lightning are probably going to win the Stanley Cup. What would it take to trade for a fortune? I don't think the Dolphins are going 12-5. I think the AFC East is really good. And again, I'm not a believer in Tua. So maybe maybe you are. And it looks like the Phillies. This is interesting. Did the Phillies make a pitching change? Something must have happened because they let Eflin bat last inning. So he didn't pitch to a batter. And they make a call to the. That's interesting. So Eflin is out of the game. Something must have happened. Maybe hurt himself during the at-bat. I don't know. But they take Eflin out. They go to the bullpen. Dolphins 12-5. Yeah, I think I like the Dolphins. That's where I have them, Coach. 8 or 9 wins. And I'm not even saying I'm predicting that they're going to tank, but I think they're one of the 2 or 3 teams that, like, if I had to pick like 2 or 3 teams that I think could do worse than people are projecting, they'd be one of them. But it's strictly because of Tua and because of the improvements within their division. I'm not a big believer in Tua. Brandon, I missed the Knicks as well, man. Giants have 8 championships. They have 4 Super Bowl rings, 8 championships. Consequential, Pete? Yeah, again, I haven't looked at their schedule. What's going to happen with Rodgers and Watson? I think Rodgers ultimately is going to stay with the Packers. And I think the same with Watson. I think he stays where he is because of the sex allegations and all of that. I don't see teams wanting to get involved with that. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I do think Rodgers will get traded next year. I think this will be Rodgers' last year as a Green Bay Packer. I think it'll be next year. Like, if you look at what the Packers did with Favre, I think it was 3 years in, they made the trade. I think they'll make the transition after this year. I personally think it's a mistake. And I'm a big Rodgers fan. I think the Packers should trade Rodgers this year. Because if you know you're going to be making that move, like if you know Jordan Love is going to be your quarterback of the future, which he better be, you traded up to get a quarterback. What better time to do it than now to make the trade with Rodgers? Like, Rodgers is like 37, 38 years old, and you'll never get more value than you could get right now. He won the MVP last year. So I think the Packers should trade him this year. I don't think they're gonna. And here's Suarez on the mound. And the first pitch, good eye there by McNeil, 1-0. And David, man, thank you so much, man, for the $5 donation, man. I really appreciate that, buddy. Hey, Chris, love the streams. Another tight game between our teams. Hope the Phillies can pull this one out and steal one from deGrom. You got a shot, man. That's for sure, man. It's the first time deGrom's given up 2 earned runs all year. Here's the 1-0 pitch to McNeil, and the fastball swung on and fouled off. That'll reach the seats. What's going on there, Derek, man? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, Eli's got I don't know how big of a role it is, but yeah, he's part of the team, which is nice to see, man. Let's be honest, Rogers is going to not this year. Here's the 1-1, and the slider swung on and missed. I will leave the door slightly open as a possibility that Rogers could be a Giant after this year if Jones stinks, but I don't think so. I think the Packers would trade him out of conference next year. I think he'll be in the AFC. Denver, obviously, being the most likely destination. Here's the 1-2 pitch to McNeil. And a slider swung on and missed. I don't know, man. Jeff has had more of a hole in his swing, and I know he's coming back from the injury this year than normal. Like, he's usually very hard to strike out. I feel like he's been, I don't know. I hasn't been swinging a good bat this year. So 1 up, 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. And Pilar's going to pinch hit here. Pilar's batting .219, 6 homers, 18 RBIs. Here's the first pitch from Suarez, and looks like a slider there on the outside corner, 0-1. Chris, just have a stumper quote. What's your question, Nick? Here's the 0-1. And a slider swung on hitting the right field, giving chase, and it's gone! You can't forget about it! Kevin Pillar goes opposite field, and he ties up the game! Oh, it just got over the wall! Big home run there by Pillar! I love this guy! I didn't think it was gone. It just kept going. Kevin Pillar takes it oppo field. Let's go. Good hitting there by Pillar. Let's change that scoreboard. We're all tied up, ladies and gentlemen. And here's Guillermo at the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch, fastball taken for a strike. 0-1. Yeah, deGrom didn't have his stuff today, Mets. No doubt about it. Yeah, body knowledge. You definitely came back at the right time. Here's the 0-1. And the slider misses outside. 1-1. Good eye there by Guillermo. What happens if the Giants win 6 games, are picking 10th? The Bears have the number 1 pick. Jones progresses, but doesn't make us a playoff team. And some injuries on defense. Does Dave Gettleman stay? Here's the 1-1. And the slider swung on and fouled off. No, I think Gettleman's gone. If the Giants win 6 games, I think Gettleman's gone. I think the Giants need to win at least. Here's what I'll say. If Jones is good, if Jones is bad and the Giants win 7 or 8 games, I think he's gone. But if Jones is good, here's the pitch to Guillermo. That's looped in the air opposite field. That's gonna drop in for a 1-out single here. If the Giants win 7 or 8 games and Jones is bad, I think he's gone. But if they win 8 games and Jones is good, that's where it gets interesting. But I think it's going to take 9 to safely keep his job. I think it's going to take 9 wins. After all the spending they did this offseason, it's going to take 9 wins. If they win 7 or 8 and Jones is really good, maybe he keeps his job, but I think it's going to take 9 wins or more. So 1 out, 1 on here in the bottom of the 7th. Lindor will bat here from the right side. Here's the pitch by Suarez. And first pitch swinging back up the middle. Goes off Suarez's mitt, but he fields it. It'll flip over to first. 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th. That'll advance the runner to second. Yeah, he could easily retire as well. Yeah, of course, it could be one of those things where, we're going to fire you if you don't retire, right? In the end, when Gettleman does ultimately end up leaving the Giants, I think that is what it will be. I think it'll be a retirement, not a firing, because the guy's, 70-something years old. So I think the Giants will do the classy thing, and they'll say, all right, you got to step down, you got to retire. So Guillermo advances to second there, and Conforto will step in here from the left side. 2 outs, runner on second here in the bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch from Suarez, and the fastball misses inside, 1-0. But I think this year is like the make or break year for Gettleman's legacy. I think Gettleman's definitely done some good things. He's obviously done some bad things as well. I think ultimately he's going to be decided on Daniel Jones and partially Joe Judge. So I think that this is a make or break year for his legacy. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Conforto, and the fastball in there for a strike, 1-1. But I do like some of the things he's done. But ultimately, the most important piece of a football team is the quarterback, and he selected Daniel Jones. So that's where he's going to be mainly judged. Suarez will step off the mound here. How much would you pay for a Mets Pez dispenser? I haven't had a Pez dispenser in forever. I used to have a bunch of those as a kid. I had the Spider-Man Pez dispenser. Here's the 1-1. Here's the pitch and the slider in there for a strike. 1-2. The baby. I think I look like him. What a shot by Pilar, man. Big home run. I'm still pumped up about it. It'll be a 1-2 here to Conforto. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Runner on second. Here's the pitch by Suarez. And Conforto swung on and fouled up. I'll say one thing about Conforto here. I said it his last at-bat. He had a really good at-bat his last at-bat where he drew a walk. Showed a really good eye at the plate, good discipline. Good cut there on the fastball. I feel like Conforto's starting to get back into the swing of things a bit. He's starting to look more comfortable there at the plate. Here's the 1-2. Didn't look comfortable there. Slider swung on and missed. We're going to go to the top of the 8th. Tie game, 2-2. And I didn't see, maybe it's Trevor May. I didn't get to see who's coming in for the Mets, but the Mets obviously making a pitching change here as we're getting set to go to the top of the 8th. Tie game, 2 apiece. I didn't see that Harper got hurt, but I don't have the volume on, so maybe he did. I didn't see that Harper got hurt. Yes, I've actually been there before, Slurpee, the Hyundai Club. Is that where you're going for the game when you go? Yeah, I've been there. I think it's on the – where's the Hyundai Club? I feel like it's like isn't that the one that's like behind home plate on the first level? I have been there. I sat my coolest experience in terms of seats at Citi Field, not that I could ever afford it. My friend Adam, his job, they actually they rented out a luxury box for one of the games, and I sat in the luxury box right behind home plate at Citi Field, which was awesome. And I think that's around where the Hyundai Club is, if I'm not mistaken. Thoughts on General Tso's chicken? If I'm going to get Chinese food, which I haven't had in a while, I might get Chinese food tonight, now that you just made me think of it. If I'm going to get Chinese food, I usually go with beef and broccoli. But I do like General Tso's. Yeah, they kept Shea Stadium's home plate, and they kept the apple as well. When you first walk into the new stadium, you see the old apple. Oh, that's when he got hurt, Buxo, when he got hit in the calf? Oh, that's right. The ball that bounced in the dirt. Wow, he got taken out of the game for that. Well, so for the person that asked if it's serious, I don't think it's serious. I doubt it. Do you think you talking about? I'm assuming you're talking about the Giants, but maybe you're talking about the Mets or Arctic. No, you said off season, so I'm assuming you're talking about the Giants. If the I'm not going to give you a specific name, but if the Giants are going to add anyone this offseason, I think it'll be offensive line. That's the obvious need, in my opinion. So I think it'll be an interior offensive lineman, whether it be a guard or a center. Here's the first pitch by Lugo. So Lugo's the guy that comes in there and swung on and missed there. I think it was a changeup, maybe. 0-1. Jankowski on deck, who came in for Harper. Seaver stat. Oh, is it Aspire? I did not know that. Here's the 0-1. And a fastball swung on and hit in the air to right field. Conforto's there. 1 up, 1 down here in the top of the 8th. I didn't even know they were building Seaver statue. That's cool, man. He deserves it. Obviously passed away this year, but the franchise. I mean, the greatest player in the history of the Mets. So to bring up Jankowski, 7 for 17, 1 home run. I think he won. How many Cy Youngs did Seaver win? I think he won 3. And they were actually talking about it on the broadcast about a week ago. Should have won 4. If you go back and look at the statistics. Should have won 4. He got screwed 1 year. So, but Seaver, in my opinion, one of the top 5 or 6 pitchers in the history of baseball. Here's the pitch by Lugo. And there's a fastball on the outside corner, 0-1. Yes, I have. I think I've been to Morelli's. It sounds very familiar. I feel like I've been there. Here's the 0-1. Pretty sure I have. Yeah, Ray, we do. Pilar, a big home run. We need this dub. Here's the 1-1 from Lugo. And that misses downstairs. 2-1. Lugo, of course, known for his curveball. It's probably his best pitch. Got great spin rate on the curveball. And he's very reliable. He's been very good out of the pen for the Mets during his tenure with the Mets. Here's the 2-1 from Lugo. And there's a fastball hit on the ground to second. Fielded cleanly. He'll flip to first. 2 down here in the top of the 8th. And Dave, man, thank you very much. That home run hurt, but much like a ball hitting the bases, that's just the way it goes. Still either team's ball game, but the Phillies need a win. Yeah, that was a clutch home run. Yeah, game is obviously could go either way at this point. DeGrom's out of the game. It's going to come down to the bullpens and defense, which you guys, if you're being honest, Dave, you guys do not have the best defense in baseball. So obviously we won yesterday based off an error during the doubleheader. But yeah, anybody's game right now. NFL experts, man, thank you very much. Haker's been a minute, missed the Giants, but I'm a Yanks fan. Oh boy, do I wish we were in your division. Yeah, the NL East has been a horror show this year. Mets have definitely benefited because of it. Here's the pitch from Lugo. And thank you to both you guys. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Fastball swung on, I missed 0-1. But I still think the Yankees will turn it around. I don't think you'll win the division. I think the Rays are awesome. Boston will come it back to the back. But I think ultimately the Yankees will still get a wild card. I think the Rays are going to win the division. Here's the 0-1 from Lugo. And there's a fastball hitting the air to right field. And Conforto's there, and that'll do it. So 3 up, 3 down here in the top of the 8th. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th, see if the Mets can plate some runs. 2-2. Let's see. Any prediction on who's going to be the hero tonight? I will go with who's going to be the hero tonight. You know, I don't know. I don't know why I'm feeling it. I'm going to go with McNeil. I just feel like McNeil is due to start getting something going. I'm going to go with McNeil. He's in the game now, right? So I'm going to go with McNeil. Do you like the Castro as an option? Yes, I do. I mean, any veteran guard I like. Obviously, it has to fit our budget, but any veteran interior offensive lineman I like. You should get Tropical Smooth. I'm not a big fan of Tropical Smooth. I haven't been there in a long time. Last time I went there was actually with my ex-girlfriend years ago. Not a big fan of Tropical. I mean, maybe the smoothies are good. The food itself, I'm not a big fan. I think he stayed in the game, Josh. I think he's at second. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I think I just saw him at second, but maybe I'm wrong on that. Oh, so it was just a pinch hit situation? I thought he stayed in the game. Yeah, it was a defensive switch, right? He is in the game, right? I thought I saw him just field that ball. Big, let's see what we got here. Big Yankees, Knicks, Giants fan, Chris, but wanted to stop in and tell you first off, you the man, and DeGrom is the best pitcher we've ever seen. I saw a lot of Pedro and Roy Halladay, and they don't compare. I tend to agree. Pedro's pretty damn close, man, in my lifetime. Like, the best pitchers in my lifetime that I've seen, Peraza, that's okay, my mistake then. Okay, my mistake. All right, then it can't be him, obviously. Uh, I will go with. Let's go with Conforto. Let's go with Conforto. I'll go. Conforto is going to be the hero of the game. I thought that McNeil stayed in the game. But as far as the what was I getting at there? Oh, the best pitchers I've seen in my lifetime. Pedro at his best was as good as anybody. I mean, and deGrom is right there. But Pedro at his best was incredible. Obviously, Maddox, I would say for a career, and Maddox was incredible too for a 4 or 5 year stretch there with the Braves. But for a total career, I think Maddox is like probably the best pitcher of my lifetime. He had 15 years straight of 15 wins or more. You got Randy Johnson. Obviously, you got. Here's the first pitch, and that misses upstairs. Obviously, you mentioned Roy Halladay was great. Santana was great for a stretch. Lincecum, even though it was short-lived, was great for a bit there. Obviously, Kershaw. But deGrom is right there with anybody. It'll be a 1-0 here from Suarez to Pete. And he swings through the fastball, 1-1. You couldn't stand who? Oh, Pedro, you couldn't stand? He's still definitely a Hall of Famer, man. Yeah, I didn't get to really appreciate Gooden at his best. Here's the 1-1 to Alonso. And the slider misses downstairs, 2-1. Clemens, too. The only reason I didn't mention Clemens is because he clearly took steroids. And, Clemens went from being – he started to tail off, I remember when I first started watching baseball, here's the 2-1 to Alonso. And that misses upstairs. Like, it was clearly obvious that steroids had a huge impact on why Clemens had a resurgence. And obviously he pitched at an otherworldly rate after the fact. But when I first started watching baseball, Clemens was kind of like good, but not great. Like, he had like a 4 ERA. And then he went to the Blue Jays and he started taking roids. And then he became unbelievable again. But yeah, obviously, if he was incredible. And there's a fastball taken for a strike. 3-2 is Alonso. Lets that one in there. But yeah, with the Blue Jays there, and obviously a couple, with the Yankees as well, and the Astros, he was great. It'll be a 3-2 here from Suarez. And Pete got jammed just a bit. Slow roller to the shortstop. He'll throw over to first. 1 up, 1 down here in the bottom of the 8th. Is that true, MH? Gooden works his work schedule around when deGrom pitches. Is that true? I've never been so excited to watch a guy pitch, and that's why deGrom. Oh, Ray, I was at the game. I was at the start where he threw 3 innings. I think that was his last start at home. The ballpark was electric. I go. Walking into the stadium, I felt like it was a playoff atmosphere. Here's the pitch to Dom, and the slider swung on and fouled off down the first base line. I've only been to 2 Met playoff games. I felt like, even though it was like a game in June, because deGrom was pitching, it felt like a playoff atmosphere going into the ballpark. It's been that special this year for deGrom. Here's the 0-1 to Smith, and he swings through the slider, 0-2. What's up there, Benjamin? Oh, God, Pete, I was so pissed. To this day, I still don't know how Roger Clemens didn't get ejected from that game. And I get it's the World Series. Here's the 0-2. And the slider misses inside. To this day, can someone explain that to me in the chat? Piazza, and obviously there was a history there. Clemens hit Piazza in the head earlier in the year. And obviously that was roid rage by Clemens. Here's the 1-2 pitch by Suarez. And that's in there for a cold strike 3. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. I think it was game 2 of the World Series or game 2 or 3. I can't remember. I think no, because the Mets won game 3. It was game 2. Rick Reed beat El Duque game 3. It was game 2. How in the world? And it looks like the umpires are. Did he just toss? They just tossed. Did they toss Dom Smith? Dom Smith and the umpire were arguing. Did he just toss him? Dom Smith was arguing that was a strike. I mean, this umpire sucked today, but that was a strike. Maybe he was arguing with one of the pitches earlier in the at-bat. And they're going to make a call to the bullpen here. The Phillies are going to make a pitching change. Yeah, to this day, how does Clemens not get ejected there? Piazza breaks his bat, and the bat splinters. It goes back to the mound, and he picks up the bat, and which is basically a weapon at that point. Like that's sharp, and he throws it at Piazza. He didn't get ejected. How did he not get ejected for that? To this day, I still don't understand it. And Pete made that rematch. Yo, that was crazy. He was trying to kill. Yeah, I don't understand how he didn't get ejected for that. And who knows? Maybe the Mets win the World Series. If that is the case, that would have completely changed the dynamic of that entire series. And I still think about that World Series all the time. Like, the Mets should have won Game 1. They absolutely should have. They blew the game twice with the bullpen, and obviously Timo Perez didn't run the ball out off of Todd Zeal's bat. They should have won Game 1. Who knows if they win Game 2, right? If Clemens rightfully so gets ejected. And they every game the Mets lost, you could make an argument they could have and should have won outside of probably Game 4. But it is what it is. Can I read your last comment? Hold on one second, Mike. Let me see. What'd you say? Since I watched baseball, the best pitchers was deGrom, Kershaw, Verlander, Lee. Yeah, Cliff Lee was really good. Halladay and Santana. Yeah, that sounds about right. I would mention Lincecum as well, even though it wasn't that long, where he was at the top of his game. But when he was great, he was great. Why would it have been mayhem? I think he should have been ejected. He literally threw a bat at a player. Like, if you throw a ball at a player, you get ejected. I think he should have been ejected. Like, and obviously, I'm assuming you're a Yankee fan, Joe. Maybe you're not. Like, if a Met did that to the Yankees, you'd feel the same way. Like, he literally took a bat and he threw it, a splintered bat, and he threw it at a player. And again, there was history there. He threw a ball at his head earlier in the year. How? Of course he should have been ejected. And here's Connor Brogdon. He'll come into the game here for the Phillies. 2 outs, nobody on. Yeah, Price is really good too. Scherzer as well. Here's McCann, 2 for 3 with 2 singles. 246, 6 home runs, 25 RBIs. Brogdon from the stretch. Here's the pitch. And the fastball misses upstairs, 1-0. Unless somebody throws a punch at an umpire. I don't know. He literally threw a splintered bat at a player. You can't get much worse than that. Here's the 1-0 as McCann takes a ball upstairs, 2-0. Like, if that bat hit him, he could have been severely injured. Like, I think he should have been ejected. I don't care if it's the World Series. 2-0. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Brogdon to McCann. And swung on and missed the fastball, 2-1. But I understand the significance of the game is probably why he wasn't. But I thought he should have been. It'll be a 2-1 here to McCann. Brogdon from the stretch. And a fastball swung on a miss, 2-2. If Pete's in it, Mike, I said I would. So if Alonso's in the home run derby, I'll do it as long as I can. Here's the 2-2 to McCann. Brogdon looks in for the sign. And the fastball misses upstairs. David says, not a fan of either team, but Clemens 100% should have been ejected. If he had hit and injured Piazza, it would have been terrible for all. Yeah. And like I said, especially, and again, this is just my opinion, but especially when you factor in the history of the two players, that Clemens had hit him in the head earlier in the year, and we all know that there was bad blood to begin with. When you factor that in on top of it, I thought it should have been a slam dunk ejection. And there's a fastball swung on and fouled off. That'll reach the seats. We'll do it again. 3-2. He said he'll be in. Well, is that, yeah, but did MLB say that they'll put him in it? Here's the 3-2 to McCann. And that's swung on and fouled off down the third baseline. We'll do it again. Hopefully we get another Subway World Series in the near future. I mean, it's possible, Brandon, this year. Who knows, you know? But you never know. But that was fun. I mean, obviously I didn't like the result, but that was, to me, since I've been watching baseball, and obviously I'm a Met fan, so, but that was the most fun time in my life as a baseball fan, 99 and 2000, when the Mets and Yankees were both really good at the same time. Here's the 3-2, and swung and missed. That'll do it. That'll take us to the top of the ninth, 2-2. My favorite Mets team, you know, since I've been watching the Mets, my favorite Mets team is, you know, like that was probably my favorite time because it was, especially I was in high school, junior high, I think in 99, but, you know, around the high school age. And just the rivalry between the Mets and Yankees was really high at that point because they were both good. But my favorite Mets team is my three favorite Mets team are, believe it or not, the 2000 team, obviously I love. They went to the World Series, but they're not one of my top 3 or 4 favorite teams ever. I actually like the 99 team better than the 2000 team. Because it was so fresh, it was so exciting. They had never been to the playoffs before since I'd been watching the team. And that team just seemed more fun. They seemed more enjoyable to root for. John Olerud, I loved. He wasn't on the 2000 team. Todd Zeile was. And they just had a great lineup that year. Everything came together. Cedeno with the 67 stolen bases. Ricky Henderson at the top of the order. That 99 team was a lot of fun. I would say my 3 favorite Mets teams were 99, 2006, where everything came together in terms of the lineup. And then they fell apart due to injuries with the rotation in the playoffs. But I still say to this day, that was the best team in baseball that year in 2006. And you can actually make an argument that this is just the life of a Mets fan. From 2006 to 2008, I'm just talking about specifically in terms of talent. You could, I think I'm right, but you could make a very strong argument that the Mets were the best team in baseball in terms of talent from 2006 to 2008 over those 3 years collectively. And they only made the playoffs one time, and they didn't make a World Series. But I think that 2006 team obviously was a lot of fun, and the 2015 team was just magical. It just didn't result in a World Series championship. But I would say those 3 teams, 99, 06, and 15, are my 3 favorites. And here's Edwin Diaz. Diaz on the year is a 2.73 ERA, 29.2 innings, 22 hits, 9 walks, 40 strikeouts. First batters faced this year, they are batting 148 against Edwin Diaz. Derek, I hate it. I hate the new rules. Hate it. But yeah, in 2007, I actually think the 08 Mets, that was the first year we got Santana, right? I think that was that team might have been better than the 06 team. They just choked. And I think it was the same thing with 07. They gave up like a 7-game lead with like 17 games to play. It's just insane. Here's Diaz. Diaz this season. Now, this is where Diaz struggles. In save situations, he has a 0.5 ERA. In non-save situations, which this is, he has a 6.1 ERA. Overall, Diaz has been really good for the Mets this year. McCutchen stepping in here from the right side. Here's the first pitch by Diaz. And there's a first pitch slider in there for a strike, 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch to McCutchen. And the fastball rides inside. Good job there by McCutchen to lay off it. 1-1. Diaz has so much movement to his fastball. Out of the hand, that ball looked like it was going to be in the outside corner. It came into the inside. Here's the 1-1. And the same thing. This time it rides way too far inside, and he hits McCutchen in the back. So Diaz, not good command of that fastball here early on. First batter, he hits McCutchen. And like I said, man, that's been the MO on Diaz this year. In save situations, he's been incredible. In non-save situations, he's been atrocious. And wasn't it yesterday? What was it the night before that they asked Diaz to get 5 outs? That's one thing and I've tried to like Rojas, and I think overall he's done a pretty good job. But his handling of the bullpen, in my opinion, in terms of the way that he's used these guys and the amount of innings that he's thrown them in times where I feel like he hasn't had to, I don't think he's managed the bullpen very well at all. And here it is, runner on first, nobody out. Diaz from the stretch looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch. And he squares to bunt. Did he offer at it? They're going to check it first. They're going to say that he held up 1-0. And David, man, thank you very much. He says, my favorite Phillies team was the 93 team that lost to the Blue Jays that year, though I do love the 08 team. Too bad they didn't win more. Yeah, I briefly remember that team, David. I was only 7 at the time when you guys lost to that the Blue Jays in 93. I briefly remember that team. Here's the 1-0. And the runner goes, and he's saved. The Phillies have been able to steal bases on the Mets all game today. That was a good throw by McCann, but he went on the right pitch. 1-1, nearly got him, but he was safe. So the Phillies have a runner on second here, nobody out. But that was the team, that Phillies team. Wasn't that the team where Dykstra had the great year in 93? Obviously a former Met. And you guys had John Kruk. But yeah, that was I remember that. I remember watching the World Series. I remember when Carter had the walk-off home run. Here's the 1-1. And he squares the bunt. He takes it back to him. Or was Carter against the Braves? I can't remember. The Blue Jays won back-to-back World Series, right? I remember the Carter walk-off home run as a kid. So, runner on second here, nobody out. Guillermo playing in for the bunt. It'll be a 2-1. Here's the pitch by Diaz, and he squares, and he bunts it foul. So 2-2. Most teams to steal more on most. I don't know. The Phillies have stolen, I think, 4 bases today. They've been aggressive, obviously, I think mainly due to the fact that deGrom's pitching. Here's the 2-2. And the fastball rides upstairs for a ball. 3-2. Yeah, Syndergaard, too. Obviously, he hasn't pitched because he's hurt, but he sucks with that, too, in terms of holding on runners. I remember earlier in the year, the Mets had like a 5-run lead, and Diaz just allowed like 6 stolen bases in the inning. It was ridiculous. Here's the 3-2. Nobody out, runner on second. And the slider swung on and fouled off the backstop. We'll do it again. I like Rojas, Ray. I like Rojas overall. I think he's done a good job. I think he's overcome a lot of things this year with the injuries. I don't know. I if I'm going to nitpick, and I'm always, I guess I do nitpick, but I'm always going to find faults. Overall, I like Rojas. I think he's done a good job this year, but I think at times, I don't know. I feel like he mismanages the bullpen at times. And Diaz with a wild pitch, that gets away, and now it's going to be first and third with the walk. So they're going to have runners on the corners here, nobody out. And Diaz's control is just not there. I mean, he hit McCutchen. That pitch was way outside. Oh, man. Joe says, I like the Mets and baseball, but once the Giants start, I think it's going to crush everything. Oh, yeah, well, this is going to be a fun team this year, Joe. I think it's dependent on the Mets, though, right, Joe? Because, I'm kind of with you. Like, I love all my teams equally, but if the Mets are kind of not doing so well, obviously I'm like 99% focused on the Giants at that point, which a lot of times with the Mets, that's the case come September. But if the Mets are in first place in the thick of the playoff race, I'll definitely be right. I'll be equally excited about both teams. So runners on the corner here, nobody out here, especially come playoff time. In the top of the 9th. Mets are going to play the corners in. Obviously, I would assume the infield in. Obviously trying to cut down that go-ahead run here in the top of the 9th. And here's the pitch. Fastball misses outside, 1-0. And again, he just allowed. he just allows the stolen base. I mean, it is what it is, but that takes away the double play possibility. Not that you were going to be playing for a double play anyway, because you're trying to cut down the run at home. But Williams just takes the bag at will. It'll be a 1-0 here from Diaz. And the fastball jams him inside. That'll reach the seats. We'll do it again, 1-1. I wonder, I mean, it does. I don't know who's on deck. Drew Smith now warming up for the Mets. They see that Diaz is struggling. Torres on deck. Here's the 1-1 from Edwin. And a fastball jammed inside. That's going to get the run home. As McCutcheon's going to tag. Sacrifice fly. The Phillies take the lead 3-2. Oh. Diaz continues to struggle in non-save situations. Good piece of hitting there. Oh, man. See if the Mets could get late ninth inning magic. And here's the pitch by. Did the runner just go again? He does, and now they steal third. This is embarrassing, man. That's a huge stolen base, too, because now a sac fly scores another run. That's embarrassing. You just let him steal third. The Mets going to challenge this? Look at the jump he got. Oh, he's out. He's out. What a great job there by Guillerme at third base. Much like a catcher would. Guillerme gets his foot in front of the slide, and he's able to prevent him from getting on the base. A great job. One thing that impressed me about Guillerme, what I'll tell you, guy's a great fielder. Really good play there by Guillerme. He blocks the foot. I think he's going to be out, and he is. So 2 outs here as they're able to get him on third base. Really nice play by Guillerme, but again, a horrible job by Diaz in terms of holding on the runner. And David, man, thank you very much, man. John Kruk, Darren Dalton, Lenny Dykstra, Dave Hollins, Kurt Schilling as well, of course, Mitch Williams. And yeah, I do have the entire starting lineup card. That's awesome, man. Yeah, of course, Kurt Schilling was on that team as well. Here's the 0-1. And the fastball misses upstairs. I think Schilling, I think I can concretely say this since I've been watching baseball. I think Schilling is probably the best big game pitcher ever since I've been watching. Here's the one. Oh, you know what? Madison Bumgarner was pretty damn good. And there's a fastball. They give it to Diaz on the outside corner, 1-2. Another great big game pitcher was Josh Beckett, actually, with both the Marlins and the Red Sox. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And the slider swung on and missed. That'll do it. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth, but the Phillies take the lead 3-2. Mets trail by 1. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. Mets gonna Met, Mini Guy says, yeah. No. Am I? He says, are you a Jets fan too? I'm not sure, Joey. Maybe you could tell me. Let me know, Joey. Am I a Jets fan? I'm not sure. No, I'm not a Jets fan, but I am a Mets fan. Rally Cap on Chris. What's up there, Polar Bear Pete? Man, thanks for popping in. Charlie Morton. What's up there, NC? NC, I remember that one year that you mentioned when we blew a 7-game lead with 17 games to play. It was, but yeah, that year was horrible. What's going on there, ECK, man? Thanks for popping in. That year, the bullpen just fell apart. The Mets had so many injuries to their bullpen. The bullpen just fell apart that year. Oh, yeah, the 2007 season was incredible, man, Joey. About to lose a parlay if they lose. Well, hopefully you don't lose your parlay, man. What happened to the Islanders? Like, yeah, Pete, I watched it. I don't normally watch hockey, but I watched that. I watched games. Well, game 5, I think they lost 8-0, so I turned that off quick. But I watched games 4, 6, and 7 to their entirety, and yeah, man, just sucks, man. Islanders just missed getting over the hump. And here we go. Looks like the Mets are going to have a couple of pinch hitters here to start the inning. McKinney on deck. And the reason the game, he pitched yesterday, the closer. He's got a 3.41 ERA, 29 innings, 21 hits, 11 walks, 35 strikeouts. He has allowed 5 home runs in just 29 innings. So definitely capable of giving up a long ball. 11 of 16 in save situations. I'm not really a hockey fan, but if I was going to pick a team, I'd pick the Islanders. I'm from Long Island, so. And Travis Blankenhorn at the plate. He's 1 for 7 on the year, so not the best guy to have up there to start the inning. Nariz looking for the sign. Maybe he'll be the hero. People are asking who the hero is. Maybe he'll be the hero. Here's Nariz from the stretch. Here's the pitch. And a curveball swung on and belted on the ground. That's fair. That's going to go up the first baseman, and he's safe. The Mets get a leadoff base runner. That was ripped. And he couldn't find the ball. The Mets will have a leadoff base runner here in the bottom of the 9th. So first pitch swinging, and he belts it off Hoskins' cleat. Maybe the Mets get a little rally going here. All right. All right, I'll take it. A little Buckner ball action. Did he touch the base? I felt like he might have missed the base. But I only saw one angle of it. And here comes Billy McKinney at the plate. He's batting .215, 7 home runs, 18 RBIs on the year. Here's the first pitch by Nariz, and the curveball misses downstairs, 1-0. Pistol Pete, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. At least will New Yorkers still have that's right. And the Yankees. Well, oh yeah, a little jab there at the Yankees. And there's Pilar on deck. And he's looking for the sign. Here's the 1-0. And the fastball swung on and fouled off. That'll reach the seats. 1-1. Yeah, they never do a damn thing on offense lately, man. The last 5 or 6 games, man, maybe even 8 or 9 games, the offense has gone stagnant. They had a stretch there where you felt like they were starting to turn it around, and they've kind of resorted back to the way they were. Here's the 1-1 to McKinney, though. Runner on first, nobody out. Here's the pitch. And that's way upstairs. 2-1. The curveball misses. Hawks beat the Sixers? That's insane. Well, no, I already knew that. Now they're playing the Bucks. I'm not surprised that they beat the Sixers, to be honest with you. I said when the series started, I thought the Hawks would take them 7. The Hawks are good. The Hawks are good. Here's the 2-1. And that misses upstairs. 3-1. All right. Come on. Come on. One more ball. One more ball. He has been way off here with these last 2 pitches. Here's the 3-1. And he chases ball 4. Oh. McKinney swings at a curveball near in the dirt. Actually, it was in the dirt. Oh. Should be first and second. Instead, we're going to get a 3-2 pitch. Nariz to the set. Here's the pitch to McKinney. And a fastball swung on, hit in the air, foul. We'll do it again. I get the only, like I said earlier in the stream, in terms of the Hawks, I guess it makes you feel a little bit better as a Knicks fan that the Hawks showed that they were obviously very legit. Here's the 3-2 pitch. They're on their feet here at Citi Field. And that misses upstairs, and it gets away from the catcher. And Blackenhorn will stay at second. So the Mets got first and second here, nobody out. All right. Mets got a little something cooking. He missed way. You got to be taking a picture if you're the Mets here. 3 of his balls there were not even close. And now the Phillies are going to have a meeting at the mound. You got to think sack bunt here, no? Little bunt action? Get that tying run over to third base? Kevin Pillar at the plate. He hit the tying home run earlier. We'll see what the Mets decide to do. See if they try to lay down a bunt or if they try to let Pillar swing away. First and second, nobody out. Narizo looking for the sign. Comes to the set. And here's the first pitch. And the fastball first. See, I don't like that. I'm not saying I don't like that they let him swing. I'm completely fine with that. As he swings at a fastball there, he fouls it off. He just completely missed horribly the last batter. He threw 3 balls way out of the zone. If you're going to swing, you got to take a strike. That may or may not have been a strike. It was questionable. It'll be 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Pillar. And Pillar's going to call a timeout. We'll step out of the box. What's up there, PA, man? Thanks for popping in, buddy. Guillerme on deck. He's 1 for 4 today. Mets trying to get it back to the top. Gee, what is going on here? I think the Phillies, you see the catcher, and Pillar steps out again. You see the catcher doing like sign language. He's tapping every part of his body, and then he's going 1-4-7-6 with his hand. I think they're concerned that the Mets are trying to steal signals at second base. So Pillar steps out again. Now Nariz looks in for the sign. Comes to the belt. Here's the pitch. And a slider hit on the ground. That's going to get through. The Mets are going to have the bases loaded. An infield single. He made a diving attempt to make sure it didn't get to the outfield, but it's enough gas on it to get the bases loaded. Nobody out. Let's go. Single will win it. That just had enough juice on it to get past the diving third baseman. And the Mets are going to have the bases loaded, top of the order, nobody out. Down 1 here in the bottom of the 9th. Guillerme steps in, 1 for 4 with a single today. He's batting .246. They're gonna play the corners in. Looks like they're playing the middle back for a double play. Here's the first pitch. And a curveball. I don't like that. I mean, it would have been a strike anyway, but he tried to check it up. Strike regardless, 0-1. Come on, Guillerme. I don't even care if you get a double play. Get the run in. Get the run in at a bare minimum. Here's the 0-1. And that's in the dirt. Good job there by Real Muto to block it. 1-1. That went off the plate, too. That almost went through the 5-hole. Really good job there by Realmuto to get a glove on it. One of the better catchers in the sport. It'll be a 1-1. Bases loaded, Alex. Nobody out. Mets down 1. Here's the 1-1 to Guillermo. And a fastball swung on and fouled off. 96, chases it high up in the zone. You hated the 86 Mets. I didn't get to appreciate the 86 Mets, but obviously the greatest team in franchise history. So I love the 86 Mets. So it'll be a 1-2 here. One of the top probably 10 teams in the history of the sport. 108 wins that year. Here's the 1-2 to Guillermo. And he'll step out again. Calls timeout. Come on. Just put the bat on the ball. Here's the 1-2. And a curveball swung on and fouled off. Slow roller up along the first baseline. Oh, Lindor on deck. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. The way he's hit this year, but here we go. It'll be a 1-2 here from the East. They're on their feet here at Citi Field. Here's the pitch to Guillermo, and that nearly hit him. That's one of those pitches there, Guillermo, where, I don't know, maybe. I know it's a 95-mile-an-hour heater. It's easier said than done here for me watching the game, but I don't know. That might be one of those pitches where you pull a Michael Conforto. I'm just saying. Would have tied up the game, but instead it's a 2-2. Neres looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch. And that's in the dirt. 3-2. We're going to have a full count here. Realmuto, again, doing a really good job of blocking that. They're on their feet here. Mets looking to at least tie it. Payoff pitch from Reese. And a fastball misses downstairs. They walk in the tying run. Let's go, Mets. That's the only way we score. Get a little help there. Mets have tied it up here on the bottom of the ninth with nobody out and the bases loaded. Let's go, baby. Three apiece. Let's go, Mets, PA says. Stand up, Mets says. That was close. I'll tell you what, for an umpire that's had such a questionable strike zone, and that was a ball, but it was close, especially with two strikes. That was close, but the Mets get the benefit of the call there. And that's going to bring up Lindor. Obviously, the infield's going to be completely in here. All Lindor needs to do is hit a fly ball. Bases loaded, nobody out. Here's the pitch, and that's a ball. Fastball downstairs. And he just literally walked in a run. You're taking a strike here. I don't care if you're Francisco Lindor. I don't care if you're Pete Alonso. You're taking a strike. And they're going to have a conference here at the mound. It'll be a 1-0 here to Lindor. Mets looking to open up the National League East lead. Here's the 1-0. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, I'm sorry. Not only did he swing at a ball. How do you not give him the take sign there? He swung at a ball a foot out of the strike zone. 1-1 to Lindor. Here's the pitch. And he swings at another ball. A curveball in the dirt. It should be 3-0. This guy couldn't find the strike zone, and you don't give him the take sign 1-0. Here's the 1-2 to Lindor. And a curveball swung on, hitting the air down the third base line. That'll reach the seats. We'll do it again. Oh. Joe, I'm with you, man. Well, listen, I'm going to put the first one on Rojas. That's the manager's job to give him the take sign there. The second one's on Lindor. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Bases loaded, nobody out. And he swung at 3 balls. Strike 3. Oh, my God. What a horrible at-bat. He didn't throw him 1 strike. Or maybe the ball he fouled off was a strike. Alonso's coming up here. 1 out, bases loaded. So now a double play gets him out of the inning. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys asked me who the hero was going to be. You guys did ask me who the hero was going to be. I did say Conforto. I'm just saying. Let's see if I'm right. Nariz from the stretch here. He's going to look in. He's pitching here to Conforto. Here's the first pitch. And that's in the dirt. Ball 1. Curveball in the dirt there, 1-0. Give him the take sign, man. Every pitch is in the dirt. I initially said McNeil, and then I found out he was out of the game, and then I changed it to Conforto. Here's the 1-0 to Conforto. Curveball swung on and missed. 1-1. Yeah, Real Muto's been great behind the plate. He's been fantastic. Do players get bathroom breaks? Well, I mean, I guess if you really got to go. What kind of question is that? We'll see if Conforto has to take a shit this at bat. Instead, he steps out. And here we go. It'll be a 1-1. Nariz looks in for the sign. Here's the pitch. And a curveball swung on and missed. Missed. 1-2. Yeah, John, I hope I'm right too. Not looking good. He swung right through that pitch. Lindor's our Charlie Brown, a guy who wanted to be a hero. Instead, he could end up as not good, man. Bases loaded, nobody out. You got to get the run in. That was a splitter? Okay, Jeff. Here's the 1-2. And fastball rides tight. He fouls it off. 1-2. Oh, it's not impossible. You could strike out, and that's what happened. It's not impossible. But had he just taken the strike, he would have won the game. It'll be a 1-2 here from Nariz to Conforto. Here's the pitch. And that is swung on, hitting the air to center. Is it going to be enough? He's going to take from third. It's going to be a play at the plate. He's safe. The Mets are going to win. Conforto with the sacrifice fly. And the Mets with a come-from-behind victory in the 9th inning. Conforto getting drenched with water. He's getting his jersey ripped off. Great win by the New York Mets. Let's go. Let's go. Great come from behind win against the Phillies. Don't forget about Kevin Pillar's big home run to tie it earlier, I think in the 7th or the 8th inning. And then in the 9th, they played 2 runs. Conforto gets the big sac fly for the Mets to hang on and get the victory. Was it easy? No. But they got the win. I don't care. It's a 162-game season. There's no style points. The Mets find a way to get a W. They don't waste, even though deGrom doesn't get credit for it, but they don't waste the deGrom start. It's always good to see the Mets win when deGrom starts. You feel like you got to get those Ws against a divisional opponent, and they find a way to get it done. Obviously, Edwin Diaz, not so much there. In a non-save situation, continues to struggle. But in the end, the Mets get the win. And that's all that matters. And the bullpen, outside him, Luke did a good job coming in there, pitched a scoreless inning. Lugo as well got the job done to keep the Mets within striking distance. Pillar does a great job, and the Mets get the W. Let's go Mets, baby. I'm assuming Stroman's pitching tomorrow. I'm going to be calling the game again tomorrow. I'm going to do back-to-back games, Saturday, Sunday. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming he's pitching tomorrow. I think he's got to be. Yeah, I think it's Stroman tomorrow. Lucky win. I don't care. Listen, I don't care if it's lucky. I don't care. A win's a win's a win. And good teams find ways to win. And that's exactly what happened. And I called it. You guys did ask me. I said Conforto. Initially I said McNeil, but I said Conforto. Conforto's the hero. I mean, you could certainly make an argument that Pillar was the hero, but yeah, great stuff, man. Now, worst case scenario, we split the series. That's right, man. Chris, you're the best, man. Can I do play-by-play and you do the color analysis? I mean, baseball I usually do by myself. Maybe one of these days I'll have a subscriber on and do it together. Actually, I'm sure the Subway Series, Bad Dog and myself, I don't know what his schedule's like. We'll do at least a couple of those games together. Sadly, this game doesn't count. Oh, it counts. It counts. And the Mets get a big win. It was unfortunate yesterday that the Mets couldn't sweep the Subway Series, sweep the I'm thinking Yankees, the doubleheader. But they were able to split yesterday and they get a win today. You always take wins against the divisional opponent. Yeah, good win is right, man. Any win's a good win, Pete. I don't care. Obviously, you could stress about Lindor as you should. He choked mightily. But any win's a good win, man. I'll take it. Any way you can get it, man. I'm happy. And David, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. He says, yeah, Mets going to Met, all right. David, man, thank you very much. Congrats on a nice win for you and the Mets. If I could, I would shake your hand. Phillies are just not ready to compete right now. Yeah, David, man. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you for being in the stream and all the support that you always show. And, yeah, the Phillies right now, what I'll say about your team, and it's kind of the way I felt going in, to me, the biggest concern if I'm a Phillies fan, I think your defense is a major question mark. And your pitching, specifically your bullpen. I thought that was your biggest question mark going in. And I don't watch your team on a night in, night out basis, but that's what I thought going into the year. Your lineup is really good, and maybe you guys get hot, but right now I think the Mets are the better team. And obviously we got to get the bats going, but and until such time that happens, we're not going to run away with this division. But I like where my Mets are at. Just got to get the bats going. I enjoyed a turkey burger while listening to the end of this. Well, there you go. Hopefully you enjoy. I haven't had a turkey burger in a long time. Joe, they're not bad. The lineup's not playing well, but the Mets as a team aren't bad. I mean, what are we, 8 or 9 games over 500 right now? Let me take a quick look. Let me take a quick look at the standings. The Mets are 8 games over, 40-32. We now have a 5-game lead on the Nationals. So we're not bad, but we got holes in the team right now. We gotta get the obviously the bats going. But I think our pitching is really good. I think our defense this year has been really good. We gotta get the bats going. JD, my man, dude, what's going on, buddy? Glad to see you here, buddy. Can't wait to start doing the Knicks streams. Like I said, probably a week after the NBA Finals, I want to start doing that Knicks thing with you, leading up into the draft, and then leading up into free agency. So it should be a lot of fun. Want to continue the Knicks content on the channel. Going to be doing it with JD. Go on over there and check him out. That guy's awesome. He's always been a great supporter of my channel and very informative Knicks fan. He says, looking at the standings still early, the Mets will need to win their division as long as deGrom is healthy. The Mets can win any series in the playoffs. Happy for you and the team. Love you, buddy. Stand up. I appreciate that, JD, man. Thank you very much Listen, man, that's what I feel, man. Listen, I forgot who said the Mets are bad. That's how I feel. Like, I feel like if we make the playoffs, especially if we win the division, which is probably going to be our ticket to the playoffs if we get in, which is looking good with a 5-game lead. If we make the playoffs, regular season baseball and postseason baseball are two different animals. And if you make the playoffs with the pitching that the Mets possess, which will probably only get better because you're going to get Carrasco back, you're going to make additions at the deadline, whatever it may be, you could win. You could beat anybody. If you could play defense and you could pitch, and you have a pitcher like Jacob deGrom that you're going to have to face 2 times in a 5-game series, potentially 3 times in a 7-game series, and the way that our other pitchers have pitched, you got a shot. Obviously, we got to get the bats going, but I like this team. I like the way this team is built. I think they're built well for playoff baseball. Got to get the bats going, but I'm with you on that. Can you read my last comment? Let me see what you said, Mike. Okay. I did not know. Okay, so he's pitching well. Okay, Stroman, I guess, was a little banged up. Our pitching is great. Yeah, our offense is not good right now, Terry. No doubt about it. I do think the offense is going to get better, though. I really do. I'm not saying it's going to be as good as we thought it was going to be when the year started, but I think it's going to get better. Like, it can't get worse. I think the offensive – now, the question is – because I think most Met fans, if you're being fair, you think the offense is going to get better. The question is, how much better is it going to get? Will the pitching regress, right? Because the pitching's been a lot better than we anticipated, especially the bullpen. So that's my biggest worry right now. Will the bullpen regress? Will Walker and Stroman be able to keep up this pace? But I do think the lineup will get better. Will it be good enough? I don't know. Pin says, big win, maintain the lead, go 500 division here on out. And we're in good shape, man. The Mets are in really good shape right now. Yeah, we did. Right. One thing I will say about this offense, Ray, and they've been struggling mightily over the last 8 or 9 games. And I said it the other day, when I was talking to my friend actually at the Met game, this Mets team, and not so much today, it just feels like they get so many 2-out RBIs. They get a lot of 2-out RBIs. Well, when the offense was starting to play better over that 20 or 25 game stretch, I feel like they get a lot of 2-out RBIs. JD, man, thank you very much. What Met is surprised or overachieved? I mean, I think it's Walker. I don't know if I'm surprised by Taijuan Walker in terms of him being good, but I'm surprised he's been this good. And I'll say Familia as well. Like the bullpen as a whole, but I'll say Walker and Familia. I think those have been my 2 biggest surprises. I think the Mets bullpen has definitely been the biggest surprise of this team so far in terms of, from a good perspective. Obviously, from a bad perspective, you could say Lindor. But I think the bullpen has definitely been much better than I thought it would be. And I would say Familia specifically, but I would say Walker. I didn't think Walker would be nearly this good. Like, Walker's an all-star. Like, he's been incredible. So I'd say to Walker. And Simon, man, thank you very much. I hate to so glad this I'm like Simon. I was watching the game yesterday when he was pitching. It's something about his face. I don't know. I feel like I want to punch the guy. I don't know. But maybe it's because he's a Philly. But thank you very much, man. Vin, man, he says, 2-out RBIs and yeah. Vin says, what's up, Dana? Just bought tickets for week 3. Go. That's awesome, man. I'm definitely going to be going to at least 1 or 2 Giant games this year. I'll definitely be going to the Eagles game, and I'll give you guys a lot more details about that as the season gets closer. But I'm absolutely going to that game. And I may go to the game on the road as well. I think I am. Sherman is pitching Monday. Oh, he's pitching Monday versus the Nationals. The bullpen as a whole, also the catching, McCann and Nito. Yeah, McCann's been very good defensively, and he started to hit a little bit. That's a pretty good one. I think defensively the catching's been, even though today we were run on at will, but I kind of put more of that on the pitcher holding on the runners than the catcher. JD says, you like Eli's new 9? Yeah, any way that Eli Manning is involved with the New York Giants, any way, shape, or form, I'm happy. I don't know how much of an impact it is. But it's cool to see him back with the organization. He belongs here. I mean, Eli Manning, to me, obviously Lawrence Taylor is the greatest Giant of all time. I don't think anybody will ever pass him. You can make an argument he's the greatest football player of all time. But to me, nobody, and I'm biased because I love Eli, and I didn't get to watch Lawrence Taylor in his heyday. For me as a fan, in my opinion, nobody has represented the Giants better as an organization than Eli Manning. That's my honest opinion. I think he's gotten shit on by the media since he's been here, and he had every right throughout. And that's one of the things that I admire about Eli Manning, why I loved him so much. he had every right throughout his career to put the blame on somebody else. I mean, his offensive line was atrocious the last 10 years of his career, and he never did it. He always took the blame for everything. He was a great leader. And I think nobody represented the organization better than Eli Manning. So I'm ecstatic that he's back with the Giants. I think he belongs here, man. I love Eli Manning. LT is absolutely the greatest Giant of all time. And I think the greatest player of all time. I really believe that. He won an MVP. He was a defensive player. I think Lawrence Taylor changed the game. He changed the way the game was played. How many players can you really say that about, right? Over the course of history in the NFL. I know it was a Mets chat. But how many players could you say that about over the course of history in the NFL that they literally changed the game? Like, he changed the way the game is played. Like, defenses mimicked what the Giants did because of Lawrence Taylor. Offenses had to change their game plans because of Lawrence Taylor. He changed the NFL. Not many players you could say that about. Simon, thank you very much. Want to mention how much I missed your streams. I appreciate that, Simon, man. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. J-Dog says, Chris, how is deGrom going to dominate in a playoff series when he can't pitch over 5 innings? He gets, oh, God, he's going to be fine, J-Dog. I'm not worried about it, buddy. I mean, yeah, most people would say Brady because of the quarterback, but I don't know. Here's what I'll say. Malik, and it's just my opinion. I don't think, like Lawrence Taylor, in my opinion, you could have put him in any situation on any team. He could have played for the Bucks. He could have played for the Jets. He could have played for whoever. And Lawrence Taylor would have been as impactful as he would have been with the Giants. I don't think I could say the same thing about Tom Brady. I think just as a football player, Brady obviously plays a more important position. Lawrence Taylor was the better player. Y'all think we should put deGrom on the 15-day DL? I might consider it, man. I might consider it, man. You could definitely argue Jim Brown. He was incredible as well. Jerry Rice is another name that people put up. Amazing guy. I'm going to talk, not today, but I'll talk to Tino. And maybe we'll get that up and running this week at some point. Joseph says, back when we used to go to Giants games and watch Lawrence Taylor play, that's all you did was yeah. I mean, again, I didn't get to – I wish I got to appreciate Lawrence Taylor more as a player. But I fully understand and respect what, he not just to the Giants, but what he meant to the NFL in terms of a player. He single-handedly won games by himself. Like, there's not many defensive players you could say that about. Jerry Rice is better, and I'm a Cowboy. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely argue Jerry Rice. Jim Brown, Jerry Rice, Lawrence Taylor, obviously Tom Brady, because, they're all in the discussion. Joe Montana. I mean, those are some of the all-time greats. What if Bill Parcells came back to the Giants in 97 like Mara wanted? I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm sure we would have been better off for sure. Didn't happen. Well, I don't know. And I love Bill Parcells. Probably would have been better off, but he didn't do so hot. He did great with the Jets in 98 to 2000. He did, when they went on to their AFC title game. He didn't do so hot with the Cowboys, right? He did great with the Patriots. I mean, I'm sure we would have done well. Dave, man, thank you very much. I'm a Phillies fan, and even I want to punch the reason. And not just because of the 4 bullpen saves and 6 tries. Also, LT was a beast. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, well, I feel like most teams hate their bullpen. Like, it's very rare. Chris, do me a favor and put a number 4. Oh, good call. Good call. Good call. Yes, let's get the final score up there. But it's very rare when you talk to somebody that they're like, I love this guy out of the bullpen for my team. Like, I feel like most baseball fans generally hate, not hate. They're either like, well, all right, he's whatever. Like, most fans don't like the pitchers that come out of the bullpen because obviously a lot of times they'll blow the game for you. The only pitcher in my lifetime that I think I could say like I genuinely loved that came out of the bullpen for John Franco, I guess. But even Franco, when I watched the Mets, I used to get scared when he'd come into the games at times. I love Rick Wendell. I absolutely love Turk Wendell. And I think a lot of it had to do with the fact of his energy when he came into games and he spiked the rosin bag. But most of the time, you don't love pitchers coming out of the bullpen. Joe says, I'm already bored watching the Yankees. They're so bland. Oh, the Yankees are playing right now? Higgers, Mets have the pitching. If we get J.D. Davis back, we will go deep into the playoffs. Hey, man, I'm with you, man. If we – Billy Wagner I liked. I wouldn't say I loved him. I liked him, though. But he was good. He was definitely good as a man. You never know, Brandon. When you get into the playoffs, you never know. But what I will say – I think we have a chance. Yeah, I think we have as good of a chance if we're completely healthy, especially our pitching, obviously. I think we have as good of a chance as anybody to advance in the playoffs. And if I was the Dodgers, the Mets are the last team, especially now I got to ask the chat this. I'm curious to get your guys' take on this because if the Mets are going to go to the World Series, it's inevitable that we're going to have to go through the Dodgers, more than likely. So would you rather play the Dodgers in a 3 out of 5 first round National League Division Series, or play the Dodgers in the Championship Series 4-7? Now, conventional thinking would tell you I'd rather play them in the NLCS because I want to be closer to the World Series before I have to go up against that baseball team. But I almost want to play them in the first round because I almost feel like we have a better chance to beat them in a 3 out of 5 than we would in a 4-7 because they'd have to face Jake twice in a 3 out of 5 series. I almost want to get the Dodgers in the DS rather than the CS. And obviously, you leave yourself less of an opportunity to advance to the Championship Series, but I almost feel like we have a better opportunity to pick them off in the first round than the second round. You guys say 4-7. Yeah, I obviously I completely understand why you'd rather play them in the Championship Series than the Divisional Series. I don't know. Part of me feels like Part of me feels like we'd have a better opportunity knocking them off in the first round. Billy Wagner was amazing. Yeah, I guess I kind of just have like sour grapes with Billy Wagner because I went to a Subway Series game where he blew a 4-run lead in the 9th. Ray says you make a good point, but I got to stick to 7. Yeah, no, obviously I completely understand that. Favorite Met that isn't deGrom on this current team? Because obviously I have other Mets all time, but on this current team, I still like McNeil. I've always really liked McNeil, and I love Nimmo, but Nimmo's hurt. I like them. Obviously, I like Pete. I like Conforto. McNeil's not playing well this year, but I've always liked McNeil. I like McNeil. Four to 7. Yeah, no, it is. It is. Either way, I think we're going to have to play them. Vegas has the Mets as the number 4 team to win the World Series. Well, they should. I mean, with their pitching, they should. And you know the reason, Joe, that I think they're number 4 to win the World Series? I'll tell you why. Because if you look at the standings right now, and I'm not looking at them right now. Well, I have them right here, actually. If you're looking at the standings right now, the Mets have a 5-game lead. The Brewers have a 1-game lead. San Francisco has a 4.5-game lead, but I think a lot of people feel like the Dodgers might catch them. Houston only has a 2-game lead. Cleveland has a 2-game lead, and Tampa has a 1-game lead. So the reason that the Mets have the 4th best odds are right now, they have the biggest lead of baseball in their division. So they are guaranteed at this, or the closest team to being guaranteed to winning their division, meaning that they would not have to play in the wild card game, which is single elimination. So I think those odds are appropriate. I think the Mets should be top 3 or 4 in terms of probability to win the World Series right now, especially when you factor in their starting rotation. Yeah, but Pilar to me is like, listen, Kevin Pilar to me is like, he is like the new Wilmer Flores. Like he's like the new player that everybody just loves universally, which is hard to do with the New York Mets because our fans definitely are. They pick and choose who they love and who they don't. But Kevin Pilar, I feel like, is just like that guy, right? Since he's got hit in the face and how hard he fought to get back and play and just his personality. And I don't care that the guy's batting .220. I love Kevin Pilar. So I would say, yeah, he's definitely a fan favorite. Yeah, there you go. You just said it. How can you not love Pilar? Guy breaks his foot. Yeah, he's like the new Wilmer Flores. Like when Flores with the whole, the crying thing and showed how much he loved being a New York Met. I think it's the same thing with him. Yeah, San Francisco's been a surprise this year, J-Do. I did not expect it. San Francisco's been a huge surprise this year. I still don't think they're going to be able to keep up this pace. I still think they come back to the pack and ultimately get a wild card. But I don't think they'll win the West. And Brandon says, Chris, you are truly a super fan. I appreciate it, hey, man. I just love my teams. I love talking sports. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate all you guys that tune in the stream. I love doing the baseball streams, like I always say, because obviously, like the Giants streams, and I love doing all of them. The Knicks, the Giants, the Mets. But the Mets streams tend to be smaller. So I always like to have an opportunity to get to really get to know you guys and talk sports with you guys. So the baseball streams are always a lot of fun. How many training camp days? Andrew, I haven't come up with the specifics yet. And Lloyd, man, you have a great one, man. Lloyd's awesome, man. Hope you're doing well, buddy. I haven't come up with the specifics yet in terms of how many training camp days I'm going to go to. I got to talk to Bobby from Talking Giants. We're definitely going to meet up and do something there. But I plan on going at least to 2 or 3 if I can. I don't even know if it's been announced that it's 100% going to be open to the public. I think it's going to be. Yeah, I plan on going at least to 2 or 3. Like, that's my plan. That's what I hope to do. Obviously, I don't live that close. I know like Ron Effect used to go to it all the time, but he lived in Jersey. Like I live like an hour and a half from the stadium, so I'm not going to go there every day. But I want to try to go to at least 2 or 3 and kind of give you guys a live perspective and just my observations about what I saw at training camp, what I liked, what I didn't, and just getting an opportunity to hang out with the fans and go to training camp. I haven't been to training camp in the first year I was on YouTube. I went to training camp, which is 2018. I went to training camp, and then training camp's a lot of fun. I love training camp. Chris, any way we could get Trey Turner? I doubt it, but that'd be nice. We have to stay out of the single game playoff. We would have to. We're not going to pin one. If we make the playoffs, we're not getting the single game playoff. I don't think, because you look at the National League West right now. The Giants are 23 games over. The Dodgers are 14 games over, and the Padres are 14 games over. So, and I'm not saying the Mets can't ultimately end up with as good of a record as the Padres, but if the Mets do end up with as good of a record as the Padres, they're going to win the division. So, in my opinion, based off the way our division is playing right now, like, do you see the Braves finish? They're 4 games under. The Nationals are 2 games under. So I don't see the Mets making the playoffs as a wild card. Like, if they're going to make the playoffs, I think it's the division. So I don't think we got to worry about the 1-game plan. I think we're going to win the division if we make the playoffs. Listen, Ray, Guillermo is really good defensively at third base. Second base, third base. That's the one thing I'll say. Not so good of a hitter. And even yesterday, I was watching the game yesterday, Ray, and obviously it cost us the run, even though it was a tough play. He was playing, in on the grass. The guy was at third base, and you were trying to cut down the play at the plate. But even that play, I was like, how did he make that play where they roped him at third base and it kind of bounced off his mitt, and he was able to still recover, catch the ball midair, and throw it to first in one motion to get the guy out at first base. Every time I watch Guillermo play defensively, I'm impressed with him. I think he's a pretty valuable player to this team in terms of being a defensive replacement late in games. Do you think – no, we're not going to trade for Max Scherzer. You live 20 minutes from Giant Stadium? That's awesome, man. Yeah, like I said, if I lived closer, I would go to, like, Everett training camp day if I could, but – being that I got to drive over the bridge and, and all that, an hour and a half, I don't, but I want to go to at least like 2. Like that's my goal, at least like 2, maybe even 3. I don't know how many days are going to be open to the public, but I definitely want to go to training camp a couple of times this year. I think it'd be a lot of fun. How many, I gave up 2. deGrom gave up 2 over 6 innings. So a 3 ERA today, his worst start of the year. I mean, he had only given up 4 runs all year coming into today. Now he's given up 6, and it was his first start all year where he gave up more than 1 in one game, and Mets got the win. The one thing I'll say about deGrom, didn't have his stuff today, right? Definitely struggled today for deGrom, but he battled, right? He had what was it? Harper. I think Harper was on second base with nobody out. He got out of that inning, and the bases loaded, nobody out. He only surrendered a run. Like, being that he didn't have his stuff, deGrom still pitched really good in and out of jams, and that's what great pitchers do. Sometimes, like here's what I'll say: like an average pitcher, when they don't have their stuff, they get rocked. Situations that deGrom had today. runner on second, nobody out, bases loaded, nobody out. They give up 5, 6 runs when they don't have their A+ stuff. deGrom is so good that he still, even when he's not at 100%, is still able to get in and out of those jams and still only give up a run or two. Amazing. His worst start is an average pitcher's bet. Yeah, it's still a 3 ERA for the game. deGrom's ERA, I don't know what the updated ERA was. I know somebody said I think it was 0.61 after he gave up the first run. Maybe it's like 0.7. He's not going to keep this. Well, he's not going to have a 0.7 ERA all season, but I do think he'll continue to pitch great all season. But yeah, I mean, if we're being realistic, maybe he throws to like a 1.7, 1.8, 1.6, hopefully. But yeah, he's not going to throw a 0.7 ERA all year. That's impossible. 0.6. All right, so it's 0.69. Yeah, I mean, even if deGrom were to throw to a 3 ERA the rest of the year, he'd probably still have an ERA sub 2. Or right around there, right around 2. So I think he's going to finish with a sub 2, and he's probably going to finish with a sub 1.8 with the start he's had this year. You saw it was 0.58 ERA when he gave up. Okay. Hey, Chris, my Indians have no starters left from opening day rotation. Shane Bieber, Zach, Aaron. That's crazy. Let's be honest. deGrom will choke in the post. Nah, come on, man. deGrom's the man. deGrom ain't choking in the postseason. Nassau County, Andrew. I don't say my town, but I live in Nassau County. But it's about, well, I mean, with traffic during training camp, it might be like an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes from Giant Stadium. Maybe a little less. Maybe an hour and 15. Let's see. Let's be on. Oh, I already read that. You think it's possible, Ray? I don't know, man. I hope. As long as he keeps pitching well. Haters will hate about, I don't even know what you're referring to, Joe. What is my favorite Mets player of all time? My favorite Mets player of all time is, I have a lot that I love. But my favorite growing up as a kid, I say it all the time, was Edgardo Alfonso. Obviously, I love Piazza. Piazza's wife, I was always a Met fan, but Piazza, that time is when I became like an obsessed Met fan. Piazza kind of made the Mets relevant, where they hadn't been relevant basically my entire life. When he came to the Mets, he was like a rock star. So I always credit him with that. I love Piazza. He's one of my 3 or 4 favorite Mets ever. But my favorite Met on that team was actually Edgardo Alfonso. Loved him. Great fielder, clutchest hitter. Him and Murphy are close in terms of the clutchest hitter I've ever seen in a Mets uniform. Really tough to strike out. Whenever you needed a big hit, he came up with it. And Jose Reyes. I absolutely loved watching Jose Reyes play. And Murphy. I love Murphy too. And, of course, I love David Wright. Chris, are pitching matches up against the Dodgers in a 5 or 7 game series? Conforto? Yeah, no, I think I agree, Brandon. I just think it matches up better, I guess, in a 5 game series because deGrom would pitch 2 starts on normal rest. Like in a 7 game series, he's not on normal rest for the 3rd start. So that's my line of thinking is why, I don't know, maybe it would be a little bit more beneficial to play them in a 5 game series as opposed to a 7. Oh, the guy hated. I don't know how you could hate on deGrom. I think he's kidding. He's kidding. You can't hate on deGrom. Why does it say 3-2? I changed it. I changed it to 4-3. I don't know why it still says 3-3. There you go. Now it fixed it. Sometimes when I do that, it doesn't update. You think Davis is going to the bench? I think. I don't think he'll be full-time bench, but I don't think he's going to be in it. Well, I didn't think he was going to be an everyday starter going into the year. I thought Guillermo would get some time at 3rd, and obviously VR, I don't know how serious the injury is. When he comes back, I think he's got to play somewhat too. So I definitely don't think J.D. Davis is going to be an everyday player for the Mets. For sure not. But I think, I don't think he's going to be strictly bench. I think he'll get some playing time. Yeah, he's a little banged up now, though, right? Isn't he, Moses? I think VR had a bit of an injury, didn't he? Maybe somebody in the chat could let me know. I think he did. I think he had a bit of an injury. But yeah, VR's healthy. I agree. He's got to play. Not every day, but he's definitely got to play. He's been one of the most valuable players on this team. He seems to get a lot of big hits for this team. Yeah, I agree with that, Pinworm. David Wright was a perfect Met. I agree with that. Wasn't my favorite Met. And I loved him. But yes, you're absolutely right. The way he represented the Mets, you can't represent an organization better. Calf soreness. Probably, hopefully not too long. I'm not a doctor, but hopefully not too long. But yeah, like I often say this, like when I think about the 2015 team with the Mets, like how perfect would that have been for David Wright to have that like signature send off? I mean, it would have been perfect. Like it would have been a storybook season. And I mean, the season was incredible to begin with. Like it was like a fairy tale. But had we won that World Series, like you couldn't have wrote it better. Like if the Mets won, and I hate thinking about it. I mean, I love thinking about the year because it was a great year. But I hate thinking about the loss in the World Series. If the Mets had won, and let me get your guys' thoughts in the chat. And obviously, there's Mets fans of different ages. If the Mets won in 2015, and not to say it was a better team than 86, the 86 Mets are one of the greatest baseball teams ever. Okay, and I did not get to experience 1986. But if the Mets won in 2015, factoring everything in, you think that would have been a more magical year than 1986? Like when you factor in everything, like the Flores bowling, and then the next day trading for Cespedes, who you didn't even want to trade for in the first place, and then he comes in here and he plays like gangbusters, and the guy hits like 25 home runs over the last 60 games. Murphy with the 6 home runs in 6 straight games. Just everything, right? Right, the send-off season, everything else. You think it would have been a more magical season than the 86 team had they won in 2015, which they didn't? I'm a Mets fan, but I think David Wright is a bit overrated. No, Luke, man, I appreciate you for being here, man. Listen, I'm going to be doing a lot more Giant stuff soon. Just right now, there's not much to talk about. I'm a Mets fan, but I think David Wright is a bit overrated. He's compared to the Yankees. Mattingly had the same thing. He had the spinal stenosis. I agree. I hate saying that as a Mets fan because I love David Wright, and I think David Wright was a really good player. But I agree with you. And I, to be fair, I thought David Wright was overrated before the injury. And I love David Wright. He's a great Met. He's probably going to have his number retired, maybe. I don't know. But I always thought he was a bit overrated. I think Wright, and he was really good, but I don't think he was ever like an unbelievable player. I think Wright benefited when he came up. Like, I don't think enough people like look at that. And, like take Daniel Murphy, for example. And I'm not saying Murphy was as good as Wright. He wasn't. Look at the lineup that Murphy inherited when he came up, right? Because a lot of baseball, I think, has to do, in terms of how good of a hitter you are, has to do with the help that you have around you, right? When Murphy came up, who did he have in his lineup? He had nobody. That team was horrendous. David Wright comes up. You've got Carlos Delgado. You've got Carlos Beltran. You've got Jose Reyes. He had an otherworldly lineup for the first 3, 4, 5 years he came into the league. And I think that helped him a lot. And he's still a really good player. I always thought he was a little bit overrated. Yeah. See, I wish I got to see. I wish I got to see the '86 Mets. That to me, I don't think there will ever be a team better than that in terms of the New York Mets. To be honest, I don't care who wins, but if it's an opponent from Philly, I'll always root for the other team. Well, there you go, Luke. You agree on the right? Yeah, I mean, I still love Wright. He's still one of my favorite Mets of all time. But yeah, if I'm being honest, yeah, I thought he was a little bit overrated. Like, here's what I'll say. I think I love Wright too, man. I was always a guy that thought Jose Reyes was a better player than David Wright. Reyes, of course, had injury problems. But they were both great. They came up, they changed the franchise and everything else. But I was always more of a Reyes guy than Wright. And I was upset when we let Reyes go. I was really pissed off when the Mets let Reyes go, man. And obviously he had injury problems after the fact. Didn't really work out with Miami and everything else. But I was pissed when the Mets let Reyes go. Showman starting tomorrow? Oh, awesome. I'm going to be calling the game tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. If the Mets get into the World Series, who do you think they would play? Maybe the White Sox. I mean, the White Sox are really good. I don't know. Let's get there. Let's get there first. Maybe the Rays. Let's get there. Yeah, man, I wish I got to see that team, man. Why? I honestly don't, Joe. Why do you think he was overrated? I honestly don't. Well, I don't even know if overrated is the right word. Like he was really good. Like let's be fair, he was really really good. So maybe I'm wrong. Like maybe I don't know. Maybe he was properly rated. I don't know. I love him. But it might have been because of his leadership, like Ray's saying, he was a great leader. He was a great leader, yeah, for sure. Chris, what's your take on? To be honest with you, I don't watch golf. I used to watch golf. I don't watch golf. I used to, but I don't watch golf. I haven't played. I got to play golf. I should have played golf. The 3 weeks I took, or 2.5 weeks, or whatever it was, I took off YouTube. I should have played golf. I haven't played golf in years. But I don't watch golf. You would face the Yankees and get dominated by Cole. I don't think I'm being honest with you. I know you're a Yankee fan. I don't think the Yankees are making the World Series. And I think the Yankees have a ton of talent. I still think they're going to make the playoffs. I think, in terms of talent, and I thought this going into the year, J-Dog, in terms of talent, I think the Yankees have more talent than the Mets. But I think the Mets are built better for the playoffs. I think the Mets team, I think, is built better to win in October than the Yankees are. Because I look at the Yankees team, the pitching's pretty good. Their bats in that lineup, they're all home run or nothing hitters. And come postseason time, outside of DJ, and come postseason time, those guys get eaten alive. Those guys get eaten alive because you're going against the best pitchers night in and night out. And the best pitchers mow those guys down. The 5-iron misses you, Chris. Yeah, man. Do you think the support with the channel will help you make your full-time? Do you want this as your full-time job? Malik, I mean, ultimately, yeah, I would love. Ultimately, yeah, I would love it. But at the same time, I never want to make people feel like I'm just doing this for money. I love it. I do it because I love to do it. And when I feel like I don't feel like it's an appropriate time to make videos and jam content out. Here's what I'll say, man. And I've learned this as I've been on YouTube because I used to make 3 videos a day at times. As a consumer of content, the content I read and listen to right now about the Giants, I'm like, this is stupid. There's nothing to talk about, and anything that anybody's going to talk about right now is clickbait. There's nothing to talk about right now. So my mindset is, and it's just me as a content creator, I'm like, I don't want to force content just to force content. I'll wait till it's appropriate to talk about it. There's nothing to talk about right now. What's your take on Francisco Lindor? I've been disappointed with him, obviously. And hopefully that changes. But so far, his bat's been bad, much worse than we thought we were going to get. And even his glove, that, to me, that's been the most disappointing thing so far with Lindor. A lot of people point to the bat, which has been bad. He's batting .218 or whatever he's batting, but I think it's the glove, man. And his defense is definitely, like I said, you could see the guy's smooth. The guy's definitely a good defensive shortstop. But I don't know, man. I've been disappointed with his fielding. It's almost like, I don't know, basic one-on-one stuff that great shortstop should just be able to do. At times, he doesn't come in. He doesn't come in on a slow rolling ground ball. I've been a little bit disappointed with pretty disappointed with Lindor's defense. Brandon says Edgardo Alfonso was so underrated. I remember the home run he hit off Randy Johnson in the playoffs. Alfonso was great for the Edgardo Alfonso was as clutch as they come. I mean, Joe, what's a real job? I mean, maybe you don't look at it. I mean, what's a real job? I think a job is something that you should, if you could ever find a career in something that you love to do, why not why not try to make a job out of it? There's plenty of people that do podcasts for a living. So I kind of disagree with that statement. I've seen Lindor ruin a few double plays already. Yeah, he's been bad defensively. He's not a better defender than Reyes. I agree. Ordonez to me was the greatest defensive shortstop in the history of the Mets. But I would say Reyes was a close second. Reyes was really good with the glove. But guys, I am going to call it. I just want to talk to you guys a little bit longer because I haven't been live in a while. And I will be doing the Met game again tomorrow at 1. So hopefully I see some of you guys there for that. I appreciate all you guys, all the support you guys always show. I got to get something to eat because I'm starving. But I had a lot of fun, man. Thank you guys. You guys have a great rest of your day. And we'll talk tomorrow. Stroman's on the hill for the Mets. Hopefully the Mets win another one. Have a good one, everybody.